Announcements none. Papers have been laid. Question.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of National Infrastructure, whether in regard to the construction sector he will, for the benefit of the House, obtain from the Construction Industry Authority information as to the number of large and small contractors currently registered thereunder, B, projected growth for this sector over the next 5 years, and C, strategy to support same.
Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as you are aware, the construction industry is a very dynamic sector which comprises the construction of buildings, roads, bridges, drains, dams, among others. The public as well as the private sector play a key role in the development of the construction sector. A number of measures have been announced in the budget speech to give the much-needed impetus to a crippling construction sector. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, sorry. Pertaining to Part A of the question, I have been informed that there are 36 large contractors and 1,463 small contractors. I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition has forgotten to add the medium category contractors in his question, but for transparency's sake, I'm going to provide the information. There is a third category of medium contractors, which is divided into medium 1 and medium 2, comprising 31 and 362 respectively. Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, therefore, the CIA categorizes contractors into 4 categories, namely small with a ceiling of 20 million rupees per contract, medium 2 with a ceiling of 200 million per contract, medium 1 with a ceiling of 500 million, and large which has no ceiling. It has been found that over time, concerns have been raised regarding the relevance and the effectiveness of the current grading system. This includes the gap between the different ceilings, misalignment with the actual financial and technical capacity of contractors. This led to challenges faced by contractors in progressing from one grade to another and problems faced by new entrants in the construction business to secure registration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Mauritius being Mauritius, a huge number of contractors being of small size do not register with the CIA. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have to reassure the contractors that the CIA is coming up with a series of innovative measures to support the development and growth of construction industry. These include a new contractors grading system, second, a feasibility study on building information modeling, third, updating of the existing national schedule of rates which date back to 2021, fourth, the development of the national building code, and fifth, introduction of a security of payments legislation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, pertaining to Part B of the question, I would like to remind the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that the statistical figures are quite dynamic and not static. The previous government indicated a growth rate of 25% in 2023, which has now been revised to 13.3%. The previous government was very apt in inflating statistics in almost all sectors. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I don't want to indulge in forecasts which will prove us all wrong, but I can safely state that once confidence of the citizens restored in all our institutions, which were not here, with the new government we are restoring the confidence in all institutions, our sector will certainly be an engine of growth in the next 5 years. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with the new budgetary provisions, I'm sure that in the next couple of years, the economy should be back on track and interest in this sector grow even higher. I would not like to engage in futile forecasts as was being done with the previous government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, pertaining to Part C of the question, the construction sector fully qualifies to be registered as SME, where various benefits under several schemes are being given. For the present financial year and to date, 199 small and medium contractors have benefited directly from jointly worked schemes relating to technology, ERPS, equipment consultancy, and others. The above figure added to 391 beneficiaries from the previous 3 years takes the total number of beneficiaries from small and medium contractors to 590 direct beneficiaries of scheme offered by SME Mauritius over the past 4 years. The CIA, in its venture to ensure that the appropriate skills and trainings are transmitted to the contractors, regular trainings are provided on project management, on health and safety issues, on bidding procedures, dispute resolution, among others. I'm also advised by the DBM that there exists a loan scheme for small contractors. However, although the maximum loan is 25 million, there has been no application received from small contractors. Was it not seulement une mesure d'annonce for small contractors? Because although the scheme has existed, no one has been able to benefit from it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I intend to talk to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance so that we can revisit and re-engineer these loan schemes. The intent of this government has been made clear in the current budget and in the budget speech. I'm going to ensure that necessary amendments are brought to the CIA Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, 2 major road projects have been recently announced in the budget speech, namely the M4 and the Ring Road Phase 2. I fail to understand why during the past 10 years these projects were not deemed to be a priority, despite the fact that these projects would not only make life of inhabitants of the surroundings easier, but will give our tourists a second road from Plaisance to the north via the east coast. The Ring Road will also decrease the stress level of all drivers coming in and out of Port Louis every day due to their professional commitments. All necessary consultations will be undertaken and the alignment of the Ring Road will be worked out with consultation with all the stakeholders. May I also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, remind the House of the gross negligence of the MSM government, which has been announcing en grand fanfare the Rivière des Anguilles Dam, but unfortunately 10 years nothing happened. Again, in the present budget, funds have been earmarked to make this happen, and we are committed to it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I can assure everyone that during this mandate, this project will be successfully implemented, not for the sake of implementation, but to alleviate the hardship to everyone who are deprived from basic necessities of life, water, which is potable, drinkable, and safe for consumption. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with an investment of about 180 billions in the coming 5 years in public infrastructure, you need not be an economist to know that there will be a multiplier effect over the whole economy in the next 5 years, as there will be lots of jobs creation leading to opportunities in all regions of Mauritius, which will further create more wealth in line with the vision of this government. Would you believe that in 2025, Mauritius does not have the building information modeling, which should have made this sector more dynamic, efficient, as well as effective? The BIM project, which should have been implemented long ago, was completely forgotten by the previous regime, but in all fairness to the sector, I've ensured that we are going to initiate this project in weeks to come, with understanding that in a couple of years we have a proper system in place. This system will be equipped with the appropriate platform for everyone to share knowledge and information so that the efficiency of projects which have a positive impact, not only in terms of cost, but in terms of effectiveness. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I note that the Honourable Minister has not provided us with any forecast for such an important sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the latest report of the IMF on Mauritius first acknowledges the contribution of the construction sector in terms of real GDP growth and recognizes that the sector is resilient. Will the Honourable Minister agree that with the measures announced in this budget for the construction sector, it will lead to contraction of the sector and also to job losses in that sector?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, when I listened to the Leader of the Opposition saying that there will be a contraction in the construction sector, I am not agreeable with him, but I must remind him that we are investing 180 billion over the 5 years, but we must also bear in mind, despite the budgetary situation that they left us behind, with a debt of 642 billion rupees in the country, with all the debts that we have to pay in different sectors, despite that, the Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, il n'a pas hésité de mettre l'argent where we must put in all construction, in development, in infrastructure, in dams, in roads, in buildings. We have invested where we have to invest, and I'm sure that this investment will bring growth and will bring growth in the country.
Yes, thank you. So, can the Honourable Minister inform the House of the number of new public infrastructure projects that the government will implement over the next 3 years?
I think if the Leader of the Opposition would have gone through the budget, he would have known the projects that or if he would have gone in the estimates. It is well detailed because now we have presented a program-based budgeting. So all the projects, the dams, the drains projects, the buildings projects, the schools, new schools, the repair to school, all these are found in the budget. If you would have taken pain to go through that, you would have known.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Yeah, only 2 important projects are in the budget, and that too will be implemented during the 3rd year. Will the Honourable Minister inform the House whether since the presentation of this budget he has met with the representatives of big, medium and small contractors to discuss with them the measures for the construction sector in the budget?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I think the first part of his question was in the budget speech he saw only 2 projects. I think all the details are not in the budget speech. They are in the PSIP program, they are in the annex, they are in the estimates. If you go through the estimates, you go through the annex, you go through the PSIP, you will see all the projects are detailed. Now, the leader of the opposition is asking me whether since the presentation of the budget, I met the Association of Contractors. Let me remind him that I met the contractors, the Association of Contractors. Since I took office, I met them once or twice, but now it's only 2 weeks that every day we are in the house, we are debating the budget. So once the budget, if they will ask for an appointment, certainly they will get an appointment, and I will be more happy to meet them. No.
Yes, Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. The NDU and the LDA, two strategic departments of this ministry in the fight against climate change, have been transferred to the Ministry of Local Government. Can you explain the reasoning behind?
What is the reason that go behind?
I think I will ask the leader of the opposition to be patient, because we have not yet voted the budget. So be a bit patient, then you will know.
Next question.
Yes. Mention is made in the budget of the construction of the phase 2 of the Ring Road project. I believe that phase 2, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of that project will again include the construction of 2 tunnels through the mountains. Is the Honourable Minister aware that this region is landslide prone?
Again, I think the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has not gone through the budget. Because we are not embarking on phase 2 right now. There is money for consultancy for phase 2. There are geotechnical funds have been provided for consultancy work, and we have said that we are going to rework the alignment, and we are going to go through consultation with the people, those who are living on the alignment over there. So,
Next question.
Now, if he is giving that reply before announcing the project, can he inform the House whether that project is technically feasible?
I just said that we are appointing consultant. I don't know whether this is so simple. You can't understand a simple answer. I'm not a consultant. We are appointing a consultant to go to do the work, and then we'll report to the ministry, and then from there on we'll see.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in terms of environmental concerns, will the Minister agree that the construction of those 2 tunnels will disrupt the mountain ecosystem, and it will be a project with a lot of legal risks?
Again,
Let the Minister answer,
Mr.
please.
Deputy Speaker, sir, again, I'm not an engineer. That's why we appoint consultant. That's why we appoint professional to do the work. So let them do the work, and then when we get the report, we'll see.
My next question is not an engineering-based question. Will the Minister inform the House that when the Ring Road project will be completed, it will not be subjected to toll road charges?
I think the leader of the opposition wants to make the people outside have fear. So that's why he is coming with the idea of toll. We have never discussed about toll idea.
Listen to the answer.
Who said that? You read that in the budget?
Action, next question.
Can I ask Honourable Asia Baden to withdraw what he just said? He said that I'm lying in the House.
I said that. I said another lie.
You did not
Just
say.
like you lied about the Prime Minister buying a new car. Liar, liar, liar. So that's the fact.
Withdraw the card.
I'm not withdrawing. Speaker, sir, if he spurts out untruths, I cannot say that he's speaking the truth. Now, he has to understand what I'm speaking the truth. He is not telling the people the truth. He has lied about the Prime Minister buying a car, and he said it in a standing position. Apologize.
Come on, sir. So you will have an opportunity to explain about the car, and he will have an opportunity to clarify matters.
You cannot attack the character of another member unless by a motion. You cannot.
He hasn't.
But you can't call someone to his face a liar in this parliament.
He has not treated.
So I will ask you to ask him to withdraw that.
Hold on. He has not treated. I have. Excuse me. I have listened carefully to what the Honourable. He has never said that he's a liar. He has said what he has said. What I've heard is that what Honourable Minister Mohammed has said, what he has said is a lie. He has not said that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is a liar. Let's carry on. No, I've not heard him say liar. We'll verify.
Deputy Speaker, sir, that we suspend the sitting for you to listen to what he said.
We'll have an opportunity to listen, and if there is a need to make a statement, we'll make a statement after. Let's carry on with the PNQ.
So you did not call him a liar right now?
No, he said, no, come on. I've already, no. Honourable Jewel, please. No. Which order? Which point of order?
To preserve the decorum of the House. You cannot call someone a liar. He could say he's not speaking the truth. But to go and attack his character. To preserve the decorum of the House.
I've already stated that what I heard Honourable Mohammed said is that what the leader of the opposition has said is a lie. He has never attacked his character or saying that he's a liar. Now, if you want me later to listen to the audio, we will listen and come to a statement. Let's carry on with the PNQ, please. Next question.
May I, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to humbly request you to suspend the sitting and listen to whether they said the word liar. Because this is not acceptable in this parliament, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Do you have a next question, Honourable Leader? Yes. The session will not be suspended. We'll take our time to listen to the recording. And like I said, if need be, we'll come statement and ask and see if the word liar has been used against your character, then we'll take up the matter. Come on, let's listen. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is the Honourable Minister aware of the number of contractors working on government projects who have not been paid since the beginning of this year? Will inform the House when those contractors will be paid?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I prefer laugh when it's because of their mismanagement of the finance, of the public finance, that today in hospitals, overtime are not being paid. Contractors we are delayed payment for contractors because of their mismanagement. They overspend and they put the country where the country is today. It's their doing, it's not our doing. We are trying with this budget, once finance, because
let the Minister reply, please. Let's all listen to the reply of the Honourable Minister.
it is their budget that we are managing. It's not our budget. 24-25, it's your budget. So you have to answer to that. Why funds are not available in the different ministries to pay? So it's an own goal for yourself.
Honourable Adjournment.
Yes, so may I ask the Honourable Minister, the construction industry is going to be impacted, as we know, by climate change. And one of the major impacts is flooding. he has promised, along with the Alliance du Changement, to make public the land drainage, the land drainage. I am asking my question. May I, without interruption? So where is the master plan? Where is the flood map that was supposed to be made public 8 months ago? Where is it? When can we expect it to be made public? Along with the land drainage master plan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in all transparency, we are going to give the answer. There was a land drainage master plan. Government decided to set up a technical committee to look after that master plan, and that technical committee will produce a report. Once the report is ready, then government will decide what to do with that report.
Let's listen to our friend from Rodrigues.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. And the Honourable Minister confirmed whether the NDU and LDA will continue to implement drains projects in Rodrigues to help the construction industry, as well as to remedy the flooding problems they had at the various places as identified.
Let me just inform my good friend that we already have 3 projects which are ready for award stage in Rodrigues, 3 drains projects, major drain projects.
Thank you. May I ask the Minister, with regards to the Drain Infrastructure Construction Limited, which caters for the construction of drain, which he has criticized in the past for for opacity in awarding contract, it doesn't fall under the Procurement Act. Can we know whether the Minister has appointed a new board, and whether funding has been made available for contracts to be given under the Drain Infrastructure Company Limited for transparency?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we know the Drain Infrastructure Company Limited who was the chairman? That the same Mr. Gopi, who has benefited from the MSM regime for 3.4 billion rupees. And once, listen, you put a question, at least have the manner to listen.
Listen to the question.
You put a question whether the board has been constituted. Yes. And we have reviewed the board. It is Mr. Naschili with the chairman, and not like Mr. Gopi. And we have a full board constituted, and we have revamped that DICL. And I must tell you, compared to what it was before, where they do not seek even the clearance of Ministry of Finance, launch contract. There are certain contracts have already been started, contract not signed. This is things of the past. Now, they work according to regulation, strict regulation, the DICL is performing. And you ask whether funds are available, 2.4 billion rupees have been put in the budget for drains. Go and read your budget.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Yeah, one last question.
Last question, yes.
Deputy Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House how many projects implemented by the former government he has inaugurated since he has assumed office?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, you can have started a project, but when we came in government, we had to monitor that project. We had to do improvement in that project. And you want to know what you did? You made cycle lanes everywhere just to make money. Go and see the cycle lanes in what state they are today. You can go and see. Nobody is cycling on that. So we are going to review all these mess in which you have used public money just to make a mess.
No more questions? No more questions? So we go to the next item.
Motion.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statements by ministers, none. Public bill, second reading.
Dr. the Honourable Ramtuhal.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is with a deep sense of pride and purpose that I rise today in this August Assembly to express my unwavering support for the visionary budget 25-26 presented by the Honourable Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Ramgoolam. I wish to begin by saluting his leadership, supported by the Deputy Prime Minister, Honourable Béranger, and foresight in proposing a budget that not only meets the immediate challenges of our time, but sets in motion a bold and transformative vision for our country. A vision aptly captured in the theme, Abyss to Prosperity, rebuilding the bridge to the future. This budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is not merely a fiscal exercise, but a courageous statement of economic reconstruction. It is a roadmap for a stronger, smarter, more resilient and inclusive Republic of Mauritius. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we are living in a VUCA world. V for volatility, U for uncertainty, C for change, and A for ambiguity. Internationally, there are a lot of challenges, whether it is at the social front, financial front, or even with regards to the political climate. And if Mauritius is to do well as a society, as a community, as a nation, we have no other choice but to become a more resilient society. We have seen over the last 10 years that, and Honourable Drummond mentioned that yesterday, instead of teaching people how to fish, we have been giving them fish as a meal, thus rendering the population within the framework of a mindset that is more of assisting. So it's an assisted mindset, and the need for government help has sort of become a right. And that has to develop, that has to change. A serious fundamental change needs to be brought. And now coming to the issue with regards to the payment of the pension. Today, 26% of our budget, 26% of our budget is being occupied by the BRP. And it's important to mention, a lot of statistics have been mentioned in this House. Already in 2023, 20% of the population was aged more than 60. And by 2057, 35% of the population would be in that age bracket. This means a lot of financial pressure on today's BRP model. And the ratio in 2017 was 5 workers or 5 contributors to 1 retiree. And there's a lot of pressure on that ratio with an aging population. If we leave it as it is, by the year 2037, it will be only 2.4 contributor to 1 retiree. And this is obviously, and as it has been stated severally in this House, it is unsustainable. And we are all aware of the sword of Damocles. Moody's is watching us. It's good to realize what happens in case we do get relegated to the junk status. It has been mentioned, but I feel it is important to repeat that for the population. We would be suffering from high interest rates on our loans. And what could be paid in terms of pension could largely be consumed by loans, because a lot of Mauritian families are burdened by loans. There would be capital outflows because our investors would want to go explore other shores, and an inevitable depreciation or further depreciation of the Mauritian rupee, including additional pressure or bringing additional pressure on our ménages. Loss of confidence of investors in Mauritius as a land for investment, and obviously a higher rate of inflation with a reduction in our purchasing power. So if the system is maintained as it is, these actions or these implications would be almost inevitable. Actually, I should rather remove the word almost. And we salute the decision of this government, and we strongly stand by the decision of this government to reform the pension system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it thrusts into prominence that information and communication technology is not bolted on this budget, but it is inherent to each and every ministry and their strategic objectives. In the past, ICT was seen more as an expense item on the budgets, but as from this budget, ICT is seen as a value add, as a driver. Because ICT is here to drive this society towards a digital democracy through digital inclusion while constructing equitable opportunities for our people. We are in an era where the pace of technological advancement is unprecedented. Digital technologies are reshaping our society, the economy, and disrupting the way business models and even governments work. And in this context, the Ministry of IT stands not merely as an enabler, but as a driver for digital transformation. It is in this spirit that we launched the blueprint. And as we said, the bridge to the future, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, will be digital. And at the heart of this budget lies a bold affirmation. Artificial intelligence is not in the future. It is the present, as also stated by Honourable Suko. This technology, it used to be a science fiction. It was in the realm of science fiction. But now it is helping in healthcare. It is helping fight crime. It is also helping protect children online from online harms. However, and as the leader of the opposition himself mentioned, that there is the flip side to artificial intelligence. But the question that we have is what was done in the past to protect this nation from the flip side of artificial intelligence. We cannot also forget the failed attempt of the MSM government to bring AI to the Mauritian landscape through the 2018 strategy paper, which featured 40 recommendations, but not a single recommendation was implemented. What was implemented, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, was the idea that a lot of what Mr. Moustache presented in the past was generated by AI. They tried to make people believe that it was all generated, and since then, a lot of people have some form of apprehension with regards to this technology. But we are reinstating confidence in the minds of people that AI is here to help the people. And with regards to the legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it does seem that the budget was read by the leader of the opposition selectively. And why do I say this? I say this because it is clearly stated in the blueprint that a framework is being developed to govern not just the usage, but also the development of artificial intelligence. And the very people who made this nation believe that all those that Mr. Moustache presented was AI, and they are the very people who today are coming and standing by the nation, claiming to be the messiah of the people, especially in the case of the pension issue. It's good for us to know that there are some people behind who are pulling the string. At least some people are getting to pull the string. And it has been really sad to see that not enough justice was done to this technology that we call AI. And there have been several other failures of the MSM government with regards to digitalization. And it is time to change. It is now time to change, and this budget sets the tone. Firstly, the provision of 25 million rupees to kickstart a public sector AI program. The first time ever measure for this. And this is a direct investment in equipping all ministries with AI tools to enhance policy making and service delivery. Such measures, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, directly fuel our ambition to accelerate the implementation of intelligent automation. And to deliver the above, there is a need for data, volume, variety, and velocity. In as much as first efforts of digitalization, back then called computerization, started in 1977. With the establishment of the then data processing division, we have seen very reduced efforts in the last 10 years. But this government takes AI very seriously, and this is why the budget establishes an AI unit within my ministry to consolidate information from various other ministries, and this AI unit and the data or information that will be accumulated there will provide for data-driven policy formulation. The government collects data from various touchpoints on a daily basis, but that remains siloed and duplicated. And in order to avoid that, we are establishing what we call as a citizen data hub. This will be the single source of truth for all citizen information. And this measure will help us do more with less in a time where we are really constrained by budget. While AI is helping humanity, it is, as we said, critical to govern the development and use of it. Therefore, in the budget speech, the Honourable Prime Minister made reference to the blueprint, as we said. And it is important to note that in the UK, they have taken the approach of a principles-based regulation for AI, while in the European Union, they have taken a risk-based approach. Therefore, discussions need to take place in order to find out what would be the right way forward for Mauritius. And AI for us is not just a statement. It is a philosophy. And we want to ensure that the approach that we take to regulate AI will be human-centric, innovation-friendly, transparent. It will have the element of accountability, fairness, and robustness. Every Mauritian will be included in this transformation through enablement and empowerment in order to build a future-ready nation. And in order to stimulate private sector growth, my ministry will engage with the private sector operators to establish virtual labs and fab labs to democratize access to AI platforms for all, and especially for research and development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is a cardinal fault of the MSM government not to have established what we call as a disaster recovery site. As we took office, we realized this blunder. And very quickly we initiated efforts to establish the DR site. And I'm pleased to say that with the support of the Prime Minister, we have been able to define the right way forward, and very soon we will have that DR site. So the MSM government couldn't even protect people's data. And they dare claim that they would protect our people, our economy, and our dignity. In fact, Michel Moustache sniffed his way through, right from Béjacoté to the PMO in Port Louis, and on the way ripping us off of our dignity. This is what had happened. Mauritians, many, are still unaware of what Michel Moustache may have about them in his bag. some people, after having faced the unforgiving defeat, may still be suffering from insomnia. And our Prime Minister, as we said, the moment he took office, he dismantled those equipment to return to Mauritians their serenity and the integrity of our digital networks. It's not the serenity of, what was produced earlier. It's the real serenity of our people. And in order to strengthen the foundational elements of our digital landscape, this budget provided for the disaster recovery side. And this will significantly boost our national resilience and ensure continuity of services. And this is yet another example where we're having to clean up the mess that was left behind by MSM government. And our focus, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is on citizen-centric services, which is being now reinforced. For example, for digital health. It's good that I mentioned to the House that the way the system was earlier designed, it wouldn't have added value to the patient's experience. It wouldn't at all. In fact, it would have created more frustration. But Honourable Bechu and myself are having to work very closely to again clean up the mess over there. And without fear, we are actually taking our time, but doing what is right for the people. In fact, those people who need medical services are already suffering from some kind of a problem. And our moral duty is to alleviate that pain, not to increase it. And this is why the Prime Minister is giving special attention to this project. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it's good that I also speak about the information system at the Social Security, which has been there for more than 20 years now. And out of that system, and this has been mentioned in the Auditor General's report of 2024, there has been an overpayment of 187 million rupees in 2024. And in 2023, it was 134 million rupees. So which implied a 40% increase on overpayment of pensions. And that system, the information system which is being used, is still there, and it's thanks to that system that such a loss has been incurred, or such a waste, rather, I should say. So over the last 2 years, an amount of 321 million have been overpaid in pension. So, in other words, wasted, and you call this governing. 321 million rupees. I'm just trying to make it clear. And the previous government suffered from a serious lack of political will to address this unacceptable wastage of public funds. It seems it didn't really matter to them. Let me tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for this government, every rupee, every taxpayer rupee matters to us. And every life matters as well. And here I would like to commend my colleague, Honourable Subron, for his courage to fight against this system, which is currently allowing waste of public funds. And it goes without saying that many digital services, in fact, today, as our people go to consume government services at different counters, they still need to queue up. And today, they are not able to effect payment but in cash. And that refers to an earlier point made by Honourable Bichuk at some point. Therefore, we are working on technologies that will allow online payment also for government services. And one clear example is the launch of the MVL system, which we did in collaboration with Honourable Mohammed. This MVL system has been totally revamped. A lot of people complain that when they go to government counters, they provide the information to the person attending the counter. But they have to produce the same information over and over again. Bring your birth certificate, bring your national ID, bring your photocopy of specific documents. I think when we are talking about digitalization, this should be behind us now. Therefore, this blueprint has a very clear concept of tell us only once, which implies that when you have provided your information to the government, you don't need to provide it a second time again. So as you use the MVL system, you would see that all your vehicle details already appear. You just use a few clicks and you make it happen. But that wasn't done earlier. That wasn't done because the focus was just to sign the contract. The focus wasn't to make sure that justice is done to the public funds and it is ensured that the public is able to benefit from what the digital revolution has to offer. And coming to cyber security, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as our digital footprint expands, there is a stronger need to protect our nation's data. This is why legal and regulatory reform is indispensable. My office is working very closely with the Office of the Attorney General to bring the legislations required or amendments to existing legislations. And over the past years, with respect to social media, a rising number of cybersecurity incidents have been registered. We've seen hate speech, we've seen dehumanizing language, and calls for violence. Our social media, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, has today turned into a jungle. People are posting pictures they want. People are making comments that they want without even fearing anything. Only last year, there were more than 5,000 cases reported. I'm saying 5,000 cases reported. There may be many more that were left unreported. And we know that over the years, there has been only one conviction out of infringement of ICT Act. But every day, on a daily basis, we see language that is unacceptable, that is nearing illegality. There has been a very, very saddening laissez-aller on part of the MSM government. It was probably serving their purpose. It was probably serving their purpose. But now we are going to bring some method to that madness, and we will be working on legislation that will ensure that we are, while protecting the rights of expression of our people, that some languages are not used. The Enforcement of Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Act 2021 requires critical infrastructure entities to conduct regular IT security assessments, and this will be conducted. However, ensuring consistent compliance across various sectors may be challenging because of resource constraints. But we have a National Cybersecurity Committee that will be working on this issue, and changes to legislations will be recommended. We have also seen a lot of online harms that were committed. Everybody will remember the case that took place on Telegram, where a lot of nude pictures of minors were being shared. And that happened 2023, 2024. It was really saddening. Thanks to our colleague, Honourable Navarre, actions were taken and there were arrests with the collaboration of the police. But here, CERT-MU is developing a national lexicon that will serve as a tool to identify language that is not acceptable. And there would also be the establishment of a cyber forensic lab for investigating incidents and to analyze digital evidence for cases that have been lodged with the police. And the mandate at the Data Protection Office is clear. It is to uphold the fundamental right to privacy, to ensure compliance with data protection laws, and to empower individuals with control over their personal information. There also is a lack of sensitization among the population with regards to their own data rights. People aren't well aware of what their data rights are. And there would be specific actions in that direction. So, the Data Protection Act in Mauritius has not evolved over time, while the EU GDPR has evolved. So there is a gap. And there are a lot of private operators in Mauritius which are dealing with data of European citizens. Therefore, it becomes very important for us to work on what we call as the EU adequacy. This will encourage further investors to explore the land of Mauritius for their activities. Furthermore, the Data Protection Office is preparing a comprehensive guideline on artificial intelligence and data privacy to address AI governance and to address ethical considerations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we also have seen a lot of evolution in the telecommunications arena. And it has become very, very necessary now at this stage to review what we call as the licensing regime. And there has been a very strong need for reform. Just this morning, I was spending time with some operators in the telco sector. And they expressed their wishes to see the development take place. And I'm very pleased to announce that the blueprint makes provision for quite a number of changes in that space. The need for a reform in licensing regime has long been felt, and the ICTA is actively working on this. And talking about ICTA, it is important to note also that there is one project that we completed, and that project is about opening the space for satellite connection with the internet for our country to benefit from that. And talking about satellite, maybe I should remind the House that there was this satellite called MEASAT-1, which was a nano-satellite project, for which 30 million rupees were spent, and out of which we got 15 images, which means that there were 2 million rupees that were spent per image. And finally, the satellite in éclaté. There is a pressing need, as we said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for a licensing regime to be reviewed. And we are looking at the ICT Act 2001 as well, and the Electronic Transactions Act, together with the legal framework for MOPAS. Now, as a small island developing state, Republic of Mauritius is highly vulnerable to adverse effects of climate change. And we also see flash floods and intensifying or more intense cyclones coming our way. So I'm pleased to announce that this budget also supports what we call as a cell broadcast system. This system actually sends targeted and dedicated messages for people who are in a specific region where that region could be at risk of a flood or cyclone. And this we are doing for saving lives of people. The ICTA intends to also move progressively towards a unified licensing framework, as we mentioned. And here, engagements have started already for us to go that route. Now, there are two vital reforms that we need to bring at the back of the Freedom of Information Act. We need to modernize our open access policy. Therefore, we will be reviewing what we call as our open data portal. This is because there is a need to ensure fair and non-discriminatory access for all service providers to information. So the ICTA will be mandated to identify some actions with regards to the open data policy where they would need to also bring some input. Now, the next generation networks, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, particularly with the rollout of 5G, will be very, very important for us in our digitalization efforts. So the ICTA will soon be releasing as well licenses for that to take place. And as we mentioned, for MOPAS, there are additional services that we're going to deploy, for example, the penal two-point system, which has been discussed as well with Honourable Mohammed. Our Electronic Transactions Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, will be reviewed as well to reflect the latest version of what we call as the UNICITRAL model law. This will allow our electronic documents for imports to be recognized from the ports from where goods are being shipped. Today, those documents are being sent manually, creating delays in shipping transactions to be concluded. Therefore, as soon as we bring these changes, there will be a reduction of several days for those shipping transactions to be concluded. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this budget, as we said, is not just a collection of isolated initiatives. It's a coherent and comprehensive strategy to reimagine Mauritius. Through our digital transformation blueprint and the policies backed in this budget, we are laying the foundation for a smart, sustainable, and inclusive nation. And I would like to end here, but before ending, I would just like to talk a little bit about constituency number 10. It's a big constituency with 56,000 voters, but a huge or a vast majority of these voters have been suffering from defective roads, an acute problem of drug trafficking, disruption in water supply, and low quality infrastructure. While I was very pleased to see the M4 project being announced for 2-3 years from now, the other problems remain. The problem mainly of water supply. But I know that we are actually with Honourable Vadeng defining the plan for having water storage at strategic points that will be applicable to the constituency number 10 as well. But the problem of drugs remain a key issue. We are very often faced with mothers who are crying the loss of their children. And we would really want to see this drugs board being operational very, very soon, and we look forward to that. And on this note, I would like to conclude with just this statement. It is the vision, dedication, and the cooperation of our people, our public servants, private sector, and civil society together that can bring this digital transformation to life. And together we can build a Mauritius where every citizen, regarding of their age, income, or location, can access opportunity, realize potential, and contribute to the collective prosperity of our nation. Let us rise to this moment and let us build the digital bridge to the future. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Rukni, the floor is yours for the next 20 minutes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is with unwavering determination that I rise today to speak in support of the budget 2025-2026. A budget that is not only defined by numbers, but by values. A budget that carries the imprint of compassion, responsibility, and the courage to act where others have turned a blind eye. Permettez-moi de commencer en rendant hommage à la vision et au courage du Premier ministre. Il a eu l'audace de poser la question que beaucoup évitaient. Comment garantir un système de pension durable sans trahir notre jeunesse et nos générations futures? Le tout en jetant les bases nécessaires pour le redémarrage des moteurs de notre économie. We stand at crossroads of economic renewal and social transformation. This budget is not merely an accounting exercise, but it sets the stage for the immediate, medium, and long term. We all have lived through a decade of decadence, wastage, pillaging of our nation's wealth, and probably worst of all, the loss of our freedom and alienation of our youth. The very day we set our foot in office, we started addressing each one of these issues. Phone tappings were stopped immediately. The DPP was given the sole prosecutorial powers. Institutions were made independent again, and they now function as they always ought to have been. Even the embassy is functioning. The embassy doesn't take any instruction from any politicians now. One may ask, but what all of this has to do with the budget? Well, it has all to do with the life of a country. A budget exercise is, as I said, not merely an accounting exercise. It sets the stage. Now, why is that important? The small country that we are, with limited natural resources, we are so dependent on FDI. And how do we get FDI, Mr. Deputy Speaker? Of course, our balance sheets need to look good. And looking good does not depend entirely on the reserves of US dollars that we have. As the leader of opposition was saying, looking good means how much we have now, how much we will have in the foreseeable future after having taken into consideration all our liabilities and after having made good accumulated budget deficits year on year. My dear friends on this side of the House have explained lengthily how the previous government have dug our deficits to unsustainable heights, how colorable devices have been used to hide the true extent of our liabilities, how they have criminally played with estimates, and we all know how the Director of Audit was abused thanks to Mustache leaks. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will not delve further on this matter, as my friends have already explained lengthily at this. But I will lay my faith in our institutions to deal with the crimes the cronies of the previous government have done to this nation and to our generations. International financial institutions and nos bailleurs de fonds, they know well of these tricks of dubious governments. And that is why they lay a lot of credit on peer reviews, on credit rating agencies like Moody's. This is not news to the previous government, and certainly not to the previous Minister of Finance. And as explained yesterday by my friend Honourable Ramphel, this is why he hid the reports in his drawers that required of him to change our economic model. Because that was not to the tune he was of his liking. On avait crié sur tous les toits pendant la campagne que le pays allait mal. On voyait les milliards de largesses que le MSM faisait profiter aux proches de la cuisine. Et malheureusement, une fois au pouvoir, on n'a pu que constater que notre pays était dans un ICU économique. On a sûrement été naïfs, mais jamais on aurait pu croire qu'un ministre de Finances qui se respecte puisse fausser les chiffres afin de paraître moins mauvais que l'on était déjà. Monsieur le vice-président, ce pays a voté pour le changement. Ce pays a voté pour la rupture. Ce pays a voté pour la transparence. Ce pays veut d'un avenir meilleur pour tout le monde. Mais surtout, ce pays ne veut plus jamais qu'un gouvernement puisse lui rouler dans la farine. Au risque de me répéter, Monsieur le Vice-président, the previous government left behind a fiscal landscape akin to a war-torn battlefield. Over the past decade, we have witnessed a sinister pattern of fiscal irresponsibility. Last year, the deficit stood at a staggering 9.8% of GDP, with public debt soaring to 90%. But this is not just numbers. These figures translate into the daily struggles of our citizens, the unfulfilled dreams of our youth, and the eroding foundations of our social fabric. We all know how the value of our rupee got eroded. We know how for the first time Forex had vanished from the official markets. And yet, the leader of the opposition wants to spin doctor this problem, trying to convince the population that it is of our doing. Le peuple n'est pas dupe. Et elle vous l'a démontré lors des dernières législatives. Et nous avons une responsabilité collective, celle de ne pas allow them having a free run, de marteler cela dans la tête de la population. Du moins, moi, je ne vais pas le permettre. Remember in 2015, the previous government had promised the Mauritius of milk and honey. At the point, they had promised 2 jobs per person. And at others, they had promised de l'eau 24/7. When they were not busy doing KYC by looking in the eyes of people that had already been rejected by the Bank of Mauritius. Let alone 2 jobs, they've put this country down on its knees. And our people started emigrating at an unprecedented rate. It is now so rare to see our fellow Mauritians working in restaurants, on gas stations. IT companies find it difficult to set up in Mauritius, not because they don't want to, but because they can't recruit. And not because the universities in Mauritius haven't produced people with qualifications, but people with qualifications have left. The previous government was in a perpetual electoral campaign, giving away sweets every now and then. But that was only a screen, because the real ambition was to enrich themselves. And by themselves, it means all of their friends in La Cuisine. We have seen during COVID how their economy grew, whilst nous, le petit peuple, on a été contraints de souffrir dans le silence, quitte à ce que le ministre de la Santé alors faisait du coucou-doucou. Monsieur le vice-président, ce n'est pas souvent qu'un pays se retrouve face à son destin. Mais quand c'est le cas, ce n'est pas d'un politicien qu'il lui faut. C'est d'un homme d'État, un statesman. Dans leurs moments difficiles, l'Angleterre a eu Churchill, la France a eu De Gaulle, mon pays a eu son docteur Navin Ramgoolam. Épaulé par nos partenaires formant l'Alliance du Changement, the statesman is not in an electoral campaign. Il redresse le pays. Today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we have a government that is serious about turning the tide. This budget is a testament to our Prime Minister's commitment to rebuild Mauritius. It is a budget that speaks the language of fiscal consolidation while singing the song of social justice. Adjusting the age of eligibility to the basic retirement pension to 65 was not an easy decision, but it was the right one. A decision rooted in truth, in data, and above all, in justice, intergenerational justice. We have to be honest with ourselves. The current pension system is under immense pressure, and it has been so since 2014. Ce n'est pas nous qui le disons. Tous les les experts s'accordent sur ce sujet. As a nation, we are living longer, retiring earlier, and placing greater strain on a system that was built for a very different time. Today, 55 billion rupees go to pensions each year, and the bill is an ever-increasing one. That's more that we can spend on educating our children, caring for our sick, or building homes for our families. Et pourtant, ce que nous faisons n'est pas un sacrifice, c'est une promesse tenue. La promesse de ne pas laisser exploser une bombe à retardement dans les mains de nos enfants. We are not dismantling basic retirement pension. We are saving it. We are not abandoning the elderly. We are targeting our support so that those who truly need it continue to receive it. That's why the Prime Minister went on to institute 2 committees, precisely to look at and ensure that nobody between 60 and 65 is left without a safety net. That people facing medical challenges will continue to receive support. And I'm sure new schemes will reinforce solidarity and dignity for our seniors. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to say to those who are angry, we understand you. To those who are afraid, we hear you. And to those who feel forgotten, we are with you. We are not just putting a lid on fiscal chaos. We're laying the foundations for a long-term reform. By targeting a primary budget surplus and reducing public debt to 75% of GDP by the end of our mandate, we are restoring confidence. This budget is not a one-year fiscal plan. It is a generational charter. We are building. Let's look at the emphasis on economic renewal through innovation and investment. By establishing the National Research and Innovation Institute and allocating 200 million rupees for research, we are sowing the seeds of a knowledge-based economy. This is not just about creating jobs. It's about creating a future where our youth can thrive in an AI-driven world. We're investing 30 billion rupees in renewable energy over 3 years. This is not just about clean energy. It's about energy independence. And as regards the health sector, the Path to Remission program for diabetic and pre-diabetic patients is a proactive approach to tackling non-communicable diseases. With 450,000 citizens set to benefit, this program is a beacon of hope for those battling diabetes. By introducing a renewed social contract for education and allocating 438 million rupees for infrastructure improvement across learning institutions, we are ensuring that every child has access to quality education. And most importantly, my dear friend, Honourable Minister Ganga Prasad, will now be in a position to tell me when he will upgrade the schools in my constituency. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me now turn to financial services. We are not just defending a sector. We are reinventing it. From fund administration to green finance, from fintech to AI-driven compliance, we are building a reputation-based, regulation-smart, and innovation-focused hub. Nous ne voulons pas être une simple juridiction financière. Nous voulons être un modèle d'intégrité, de technologie et de transparence. We are making Mauritius the most business-friendly destination in the region. And most importantly, we are building trust and certainty. No financial sector can be built without these. How do we achieve this? How do we tell the world that Mauritius is not about the law of the jungle, but it is a civilized state that will listen to you, not one that will shut you down in a cell because it listened to your telephonic conversations and it was not happy with what it heard. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we have started this financial services re-engineering well before the budget exercise. It is being strengthened during these debates and will continue along the same lines with us in government. Ce que je veux dire, Monsieur le Vice-président, c'est que notre investissement dans nos services financiers ne s'arrête pas aux chiffres alloués au ministère des Services financiers, mais elle s'étend aux efforts que nous faisons pour étendre la démocratie, pour renforcer l'émancipation de la femme, pour valoriser nos jeunes, pour combattre la drogue, pour améliorer nos réseaux routiers. Avant qu'un investisseur décide de s'implanter chez nous en substance, ce sont tous ces critères qui sont pris en considération et non pas qu'un faible taux de fiscalité. But how are we going to build trust and certainty if credit rating agencies such as Moody's downgrade us effectively? Wouldn't a downgrading mean that we can't be trusted to honor our obligations? How will we then convince investors to house their investments in our jurisdiction? Instruments like letters of credit that bear the same rating of the country where the banks are based will be of no value. How then the traders in Mauritius, people who do imports, will be able to have a value of their letter of credit? How will they be able to offer this to suppliers who will be very unwilling to accept these letters of credits? And when they are accepted, at what cost?
You have 1 minute to conclude, Honourable Member.
I will try to conclude. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we have to be honest with ourselves. A downgrading will have dire consequences for all of us. The very moment our financial services start to slow down, the very youth that we want to protect will leave the country. The very youth that will tomorrow be productive so as to finance our future pensions will have to leave the country. That is why, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this budget does everything to maintain our credit rating on the international front so that we can maintain our status. Dans son discours, le leader de l'opposition a ricané disant que la réforme que nous menons signera notre mort politique. Il n'a rien compris. Il n'a rien compris. Combien de mamans ont envoyé leurs fils au front tout en sachant que des fils envoyés en guerre retourneront amputés, défigurés, traumatisés à vie? Mais la liberté n'a pas de prix. Et c'est pour cela que nous préférons partir au front aujourd'hui que de devoir enterrer nos enfants de demain. Monsieur le vice-président, quand il s'agit de nos enfants, on est tous d'accord pour faire tous les efforts qu'il faut, sacrifier nos voyages, sacrifier nos plaisirs, afin que nos enfants puissent avoir un avenir meilleur. Et c'est ce que ce budget demande de nous, c'est de protéger notre avenir, de protéger notre économie, de reconstruire notre nation. Ensemble, on peut le faire. Et dans les mots du Premier ministre, qui avait si bien dit, nous sommes devant un paysage en ruine. L'État a fait un naufrage, mais nous sommes prêts à reconstruire. Nous sommes prêts. Let us rebuild together. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker.
Merci. Honourable Somtali.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. At the very outset, I wish to express my profound appreciation to Honourable Prime Minister Dr. Navin Ramgoolam for his visionary leadership. Budget 2025 is not merely a fiscal plan. It is a national blueprint for transformation. It comes at a time when the global landscape remains uncertain, yet Mauritius stands resilient. This budget is anchored in a clear strategy to move away from a consumption-driven model towards one that is investment-led, innovation-focused, and productivity enhancing. The budget is not merely a financial exercise, it is a declaration of intent of a country determined to rise. It introduces 4 poles de croissance in renewable energy, waste to wealth, the blue economy, and the creative industries, each serving as a growth engine for our future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to structure my intervention in 4 parts. First, the mess we inherited from the previous government. Second, the hope offered by this budget of purpose, principle, and progress. Thirdly, the real change being delivered to my constituency number 10. And finally, a message of unity and delivery. Let's start with the first one, the mess we inherited. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let us not sugarcoat it. What we inherited was a financial, institutional, and leadership mess, one that affected every household, businesses, and regions in Mauritius. It's like walking in a house that looked fine from outside, but once inside, we found the fridge empty, the roof leaking, the electricity bill unpaid, and the credit cards mass out. Worse still, the previous owners took out loans in our children's name. And now we are left to clean it up. Let me explain the numbers, not as an economist, but as a citizen in plain and simple facts. Public debt had reached 642 billion. That is 90% of everything we produce in a year. The deficit was 9.8% of GDP. It means for every 100 rupees in revenue, we have to spend 110 rupees. The Bank of Mauritius printed over 180 billion rupees between 2020 and 2023, with no long-term plan. Our trade deficit hit 204 billion in 2024. It means that we import far more than we exported. 21.8 billion this year will go just to pay interest on debt, nearly the same as our education budget. These numbers are not just figures. They explain why prices soared, the rupee weakened, and the quality of services have suffered. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the audit reports over the last 5 years paints a clear picture, millions of rupees wasted, contract awarded without due process to petits copains et aussi petites copines, and basic financial rules ignored. And who was in power during that time? The same people now pretending to be shocked, which include our dear Honourable Leader of Opposition as well. Aster PD Clore, plus 5 qui sont. Nous qui pouvons besoin nettoyer ça là. This budget is not only about politics, but it's about responsibility. We are merging agencies, cutting waste, and enforcing strict controls. In just 7 months, we have begun restoring trust at home and on national level. Secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this budget is a blueprint for national transformation, grounded in purpose, principle, and progress. At its heart are three national priorities: economic renewal, a new social order, and fiscal consolidation, with investment strategies anchored in 4 new pôles de croissance to unlock regional opportunities. These are not buzzwords. These are the pillars of a recovery that is both bold and responsible. The government is seeking to rebuild the Mauritian model from the ground up. This government has promised and will deliver on achieving a primary budget surplus in the near term, in bringing public sector debt down to 75% of GDP with a statutory path to reach 60%, and reducing the budget deficit and borrowing requirements, not through cuts that hurt people, but through smart and long-term reforms. And just as important, this budget protects people. Basic pension have been increased by 1,000 rupees from January 2025. The equal chance allowance of 2,000 per month, which will go to the most vulnerable household, was maintained. Free public transport continues for students, seniors, and people with disabilities. And food affordability is protected, with VAT removed on infant food and frozen vegetables, and a new 10 billion rupees price stabilization fund created to fight inflation. Nearly 19 billion is allocated to the health care. In education, 20 billion will upgrade infrastructure, introduce AI and robotics, support technical training, and better serve students with special needs. This is how we invest in our future. In the digital space, 200 million will pilot AI in government, digitalize services, and build resilience. I also strongly welcome the creation of 2 high-level committees to reform our pension system. In an aging society, this is not politics, it's leadership. Reform must be done with care, consultation, and courage. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me now turn to what this budget means for my constituency, Montagne-Blanche, Grand River, Southeast. Let me start with the biggest announcement for our region. The M4 motorway will be extended to Belair. This long overdue investment will give our families safer roads, better access, and more opportunities. After years of neglect, it is not only about building infrastructure, it is dignity. It is a clear message that the East, particularly my constituency number 10, is now matter. Now let us talk about some things that defines our region. Agriculture. From small planters to large plantations, the budget honors them. It confirms that 35,000 rupees per ton price for the sugarcane. It commits 800 million to smart agriculture, covering modern tools, climate-resilient seeds, AI integration, and fertilizer support. And it opens the door for our youth to see agriculture not as survival, but as opportunity. For families struggling to own a home, this budget offers a real solution. The NHDC eligibility threshold has been raised to 48,000 rupees monthly, so more working families can finally qualify. The government has also announced 128 billion rupees of investment over the next 5 years in housing, transport, water, electricity, wastewater, and land drainage. These investments will directly impact the region that floods too often or remain poorly connected. Vous n'avez plus besoin de bateau pour ramener à ce terme. To conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this budget is not about wishful thinking. It is about hard choices made with heart, and it is made possible by one thing: leadership. Dr. Navirangulam has once again reminded the nation what it means to lead with courage and compassion. He has taken Mauritius from crisis to clarity, from inflation and debt to stability and strategy. This budget delivers on the hope of every citizen. A fairer tax system, lower food costs, better schools, and jobs that lead dignity. If implemented with discipline and integrity, it will restore our financial credibility, attract serious investment, and rebuild public trust. Let us rise. Let us rise beyond party, beyond ego. Let us deliver for our people and our children. Mauritius deserves not less. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Akiman. Akiram, sorry.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am most grateful to be given an opportunity to address this August Assembly on the Budget 2025-2026, which is aptly entitled From Abyss to Prosperity, Rebuilding the Bridge to the Future. Firm, compassionate, hopeful. These three words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in my view, depict the budget 2025-2026. One might think that these three words do not get along well, but in my view, in the world that we live in today in our country, given the state of our economy, they resonate as if we had no choice. Firm by the disciplined approach outlined in this budget, which seeks to implement rigid measures within our country, in particular regarding the financial chasm in which we have unjustly been thrown. Compassionate because we care for the people who fiercely believe in us, à juste titre, and whom we must protect earnestly. Hopeful because a beautiful life is also made of expectations, dreams, and first and foremost, an optimistic mind. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I concur in difficult times, we must remain disciplined, empathetic, and positive. The budget 2025-2026 presented by the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, is not just a financial plan, but a turning point of our economy. The budget lays emphasis on economic renewal and the measures which will be devised to achieve this end. We have already, during these few days, heard some shocking figures regarding how the public funds had been previously used or misused, to say the least. I do not propose to add more. I would rather say this. Yes, there is an abyss, and we need to measure up to these challenging times and come up with a structured and thoughtful solution. I commend the line adopted in the budget 2025-2026, namely to shift the economic paradigm with structural reforms. As part of the strategy for economic renewal, we have measures implemented to protect the purchasing power of consumers, and this was one of the major concerns of the people. The Price Stabilization Fund of 10 billion rupees, which will be established, is to be favorably considered. We are not insensitive to the increase in products on an international level, which impacted on our country. However, with this measure, we will reduce the pressure exercised on consumers and producers. I welcome the decision to request the Competition Commission of Mauritius to conduct sector-wide pricing and profitability audits, especially regarding essential goods. This shows that the government is hereby acting responsibly, in that it aims to ensure that the rights of consumers are protected. A good decision is also to enact legislation to protect consumers from unscrupulous practices, which was an absolute necessity. By protecting the purchasing power, this government will ensure that the people would have better opportunities to have a good quality of life. A good quality of life also entails having access to water. With the measures brought about in this budget 2025-2026, the government will be investing in water infrastructure, such as replacement of water pipes, upgrading and rehabilitation of water treatment plants, and new service reservoirs. I myself witnessed loads of cases in my constituency, i.e. constituency number 12, Mayberg-Plenmagnon, whereby people were deprived of water in their homes in some instances. Due to the lack of proper water pipes, I saw the difficulties these people had to face and how this was affecting them in their day-to-day life. We can now reassure the population that this government has listened to their grievances. This government has adhered to restore some long overdue measures, such as the replacement of water pipes and new service reservoir to provide a better quality of life. Access to resources such as water is essential for the development of individuals. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, may I also comment on the decision to allocate 800 million rupees to support farmers, planters and breeders through various schemes and assistance programs. This is a very good decision which will not only allow them to develop their business, but it will also allow the population to have better access to local food products. It is also part of the budget to ensure that sugarcane planters earn a fair income, which in itself is a laudable decision. There was a necessity to restore the confidence of the people in the government and to convey to them that this present government will be attentive to their expectations. This can further be shown by the aim of this budget 2025-2026 to empower more women to start their own business by providing assistance to women entrepreneurs. We ensure a healthy society, creating opportunities for personal development of women whilst strengthening our economy. The budget 2025-2026 comes up with innovative actions to review the education system and strengthen the workforce. Education has always been at the core of this present government's aim. That is to ensure our education standards remains high and the workforce remains a vibrant, multi-skilled labor force. With the STEM education program, integrating science, technology, engineering and mathematics, youngsters will be encouraged to consider more alternatives, thereby creating a dynamic labor force offering more possibilities. However, good education also requires having the proper infrastructures, and I fully commend this initiative that a comprehensive audit of all public primary and secondary school infrastructures be carried out. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, our waste to wealth strategy is turning trash into opportunity. A refund on plastic bottles, industrial composting, and support for green industries. This is the future economy, circular and regenerative. And let us not forget the 164 million rupees investment in protecting our coasts, reefs, and marine ecosystems. For a small island state like ours, this is not just an environmental policy, it is survival. These are not token gestures, these are structural shifts. We are building climate resilience, creating green jobs, and laying the foundations for sustainable prosperity. It is our duty to not only have a budget for the current year, but a vision for our next generations. This budget places sustainability at the heart of our national agenda, and I fully agree. Protect our future generations also entails to combat drugs abuse, and the message is clear. We will be zero tolerance. It is a very good initiative than to have drug prevention programs set up in schools as proposed in the budget 2025-2026 by sensitizing our children to the havoc which drug abuse creates. We can more confidently believe that children will think twice before considering going along this destructive route. We must protect our children. We must uphold our values. We must instill a measure of responsibility in each and everyone, and this starts by inculcating healthy and solid values within our children. For it must not to be forgotten that happy families are those who feel safe in their country. And with the advent of an increasing number of drug addicts in our country, we had to act. The 3.5 million provided for the implementation of a structured drug rehabilitation and reintegration center at Petit Verger prison is a very sound decision in the fight against drug abuse. Happiness within the population will also be ensured by the measures provided to encourage sports, physical and recreational activities. It was also long awaited, and we are moving in a positive direction, than to provide for court infrastructure, improvements allowing judges, magistrates, law officers, and legal professionals to work more efficiently, thereby creating amongst members of the public respect and assurance that the proper means are provided so that justice is dispensed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, some might still be disillusioned, but we will never stop reminding them of what we have inherited from the previous government. As aptly remarked in the budget speech 2025-2026 of the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and to those who are still disillusioned after going through the budget 2025-2026, may we instill in them confidence that this government aims to act responsibly, and to act responsibly demands making difficult decisions. One of such difficult decisions pertains to the age eligibility for the basic retirement pension, being increased to 65 years. It has already been canvassed in the budget 2025-2026 of the Honourable the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, that it is a very difficult decision, and although it is, the decision remains. Let us be honest, this is presently a matter of concern within the population. The people questioning this decision and wonder how it was reached. But in a democratic society, the people are perfectly entitled to ponder over government's decisions. But to those people, may we refer them to the justifications provided, and may we reassure them that there has been a reflection behind. It was not made for us, but it was the choice to make for the future generations. This government promised to rebuild the country and to act fairly. And this is what this government is presently doing, to redress the economy whilst acting in the best interests of the people and for our future generations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to conclude, I shall say that the tone of the budget 2025-2026 is certainly grave, for we all know now what we have inherited. However, it is also punctuated by bold measures to ease the life of our people and to reassure them that there will be a bright future. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that when we go through dark times, we tend to be disappointed, but when it does not last for long, for those who believe there will always be hope. This is why most of the honourable members of this August Assembly have decided to end on a positive note. I shall follow suit. To rebuild, we must be firm. To support, we must show empathy. And to illuminate, we must rise above the chaos. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we break 14 out? Yes. I suspend the sitting for half an hour.
Honourable members, please be seated. Yes. Junior Minister, Honourable Nelsingen. Floor is yours.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. I will start by being a bit very provoking. Some people in this country, they have murdered a number of people. You've heard about John Maynard Keynes, Milton Friedman, Adam Smith, Karl Marx, Stiglitz, Angan Gupta, Banerjee. You know what is common with all these people? They are macroeconomists. Unfortunately, people from the MSM, spearheaded by Mr. Padeyachi, he has reinvented macroeconomics, turning it into padanomics. So, before coming to the gist of my intervention, let me tell you, Madam Speaker, that why I have to repeat, unfortunately, a number of arguments brought forward by my friends. I cannot reinvent the wheel. However, it is important to repeat, to make our people understand. Very, very important. Because when people are telling lies, okay, Mr. Rajival did not want to use the word telling lies, okay? So I can allow myself to say, when people are telling lies, saying lies 10 times or 1,000 times, these lies can become true at the end of the day. So my hammering and repeating from different angles may dispel these blatant lies. Today, Madam Speaker, our country is suffering from cancer. With metastasis stage, fortunately, it can still be saved. 2 experienced surgeons, one, Dr. Navin Ramgoolam, and secondly, Mr. Paul Béranger, along with all the MPs who have been elected, are ready to save the country. Our ministers also, deputy ministers, all our MPs who are like specialists, doctors, GPs, like me, and nurses. So, unfortunately, a number of demagogues want to shoot the 2 experienced surgeons and the doctors and nurses. I would invite the population to shoot first, who are absent today, the real culprits, who are induced cancer. This is not natural cancer. It is induced cancer. Why? Because sugar-coated poisons, along with drugs and synthetic drugs concocted by La Cuisine. So, and they have the gut to say, la caisse pas vide. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Padeyachi, and the Leader of the MSM, I must tell why la caisse est vide. Number 1, the State Bank once at Beacon has been looted, and yesterday itself, we took full cognizance of toxic loans and non-performing loans. Never it happened in the history of Mauritius for State Bank. 4.5 billion rupees vanished in thin air in India. Approximately 4 billion vanished also in Kenya. We need immediate investigation. Mr. Manga, who was arrested yesterday, is possibly, I'm not sure, he's presumed to be innocent, possibly an accomplice. But who are the co-authors and real accomplices? We have to go, we have to lift, the Attorney General is fully aware, in company law, we have to lift the veil of incorporation. Let us look behind the veil. Who are the real people from La Cuisine who have looted State Bank. The team has also looted MIC, more than 40 billion out of the 80 billion squandered or given as freebies to years and years. Your team, worst, has crashed Air Mauritius. Real air crash. The ex-minister of finance, the expert in padonomics, has printed money and prompted both devaluation and depreciation. Some stole also on pack and blister. Some stole also on pack and blister and molnupiravir. Some stole at the CWA, CEB, or at least tried to do so. Some did a stopover in Switzerland and took a train to go to another country. I don't know if you are aware about this. They stole regarding the tower at the airport. Some stole regarding laying of pipes. In 2015, they took 2 years, don't forget, 2 years to repair Verdun, a few cracks, and spent billions. Whereas our dear friend who was then the then Minister of Public Infrastructure took only 1.5 years and spent around 15 billion rupees to make the Verdun Road. They also made us, the public of Mauritius, pay more than 6 billion rupees in their greed to replace Betamax by their cronies. They squandered and grossly mismanaged, not only mismanaged, grossly mismanaged the CSG and the NPF. So, la caisse n'est pas vide, monsieur le leader de l'opposition. Unfortunately, Sharam Naiba. And on that point, very important to say, many people phoned me asking me whether, I don't know, whether there has been an attempt to make a mockery of our beautiful Bhojpuri, and also to make a mockery of one of the most competent ministers in this House. Le problème est structurel, évidemment, on a pris la décision, le Premier ministre et le Deputy Prime Minister et les autres ministres ont pris la décision. Je reviendrai sur ce point tout à l'heure. In a nutshell, today was Music Day. I was attending a number of functions in my constituency. And unfortunately, my colleague Sydney, Honourable Sydney, took that song yesterday, Les salauds ont brûlé le paradis. In fact, during the electoral campaign, I'm not a music composer. I don't know music very well, but I like to listen to music. I reworked on that song. I gave it to one very good friend, Mr. Zul Ramia. Unfortunately, time was not on his side, otherwise he would have reworked on this beautiful song, very telling song, Les salauds ont brûlé le paradis. Some people are angry on the road, I agree. My colleague, Honourable Doriaru, Honourable Chairman, we are in every nook and corner of our constituency. We know some are not happy, and that is why we are taking time to address all these issues, and I have to congratulate the Prime Minister for having set up 2 committees. Now, some people are blaming the 2 honourables from Resistance Alternative. Now, there is a golden principle in our Westminster model. When you are a minister, or even a junior minister, deputy minister, there is a principle of collective solidarity. You can protest, you can shout, you can discuss. And here I have to commend both the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister for the liberty they gave to all the MPs, all the ministers, all the deputy ministers to discuss, 4 ministers during the cabinet and for other members during our parliamentarian meetings. This is democracy, this is internal democracy, which is taking place right now. So who tells you that Mr. Ashok Sumo is not arguing? Who tells you that I don't say anything? But we tell it internally. This is a very, very important point. So, and I think I have profound respect for people like Mr. Atma Shantu, Mr. Jack Bislal, Mr. Sadia. They have a right to protest. I did many protests when I was a social activist. This is a fundamental right guaranteed by the Constitution. But I think it is a bit, I'm not here to give any lesson. They have the right, because at times people, they will truncate what you are saying, put it on social media, manipulate. They are experts in manipulation, people in MSM. But notwithstanding the fundamental right to protest, yesterday, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition asked you for protection. And you did, unlike the bouncer, you did give protection. But can you give protection? I understand that people from the MSM, including the leader of the opposition, Mr. Padeachi, they intend to go to the protest. Can anybody guarantee them? They are the looters. They are the people who have been looting the country, and they're going to accompany the trade unionists. Yes, trade unionists can. They have this fundamental right guaranteed by our Constitution to protest. But I would advise them not to spoil, if ever there is a small protest. And you see how quick the Commissioner of Police gave permission. When I was in the opposition with Mr. Jayan Shelen, we had to rush with my friend Kavi Bokori, the attorney, to court to get permission to do a street protest. But things have changed. We give the people the right to protest. This is the new government. But even these people, they are my friends, they have to see to it that there is law and order, there is a profound respect for law and order. So, when I was on my way, a friend of mine who failed his standard 6 twice, he told me, you see, you are using a lot of big words in the budget, abyss to prosperity. Abyss, what does it mean? Yesterday, this morning, when I was preparing my intervention, I remember what Honourable Patrick Gassavaden said about the hose. He used the word, les trous, but me, I'm more diplomatic, I'm in diplomacy, I will still use the word hose. So you are fortunate, Honourable Patrick Gassavaden, that the leader of the opposition, who was occupying the same position as you are doing, he created 3 or 4 holes. But the guy in my constituency created not 3 holes, many holes, everywhere. Oceans. And the very meaning, the etymology of this word abyss, means it's a big chasm, like a crater, a bottomless hole. So you imagine the daunting task facing the Prime Minister, also as the Minister of Finance, and the Deputy Prime Minister, along with other ministers, Deputy Ministers, and MPs. So it is also important, after explaining the meaning of abyss to our citizens, not for everybody. Also, they asked me, what do we mean by Moody's? My good friends have been using this word a couple of times, many times. Every time it comes back, IMF, World Bank. So we have to take time. This is where I'm inviting my good friends, MPs, ministers, to explain to people the meanings, the functions of all these institutions, whether you take Moody's, which is a rating agency, just like in human rights we've got rating agencies. We have to explain to them what is the function, what is the role of Moody's, what is the distinction between IMF and World Bank, one looking at structural changes, long-term loans, as opposed to short-term loans. And also we forget, nobody has mentioned that up to now, about the Financial Action Task Force. And anyway, as I told you, my good friend from constituency number 18 asked me to explain all these concepts. It is important also to remind you that we have a duty to explain to people. At times, I've always, as a professor at the university, complaining to lawyers, they don't take the law to the people. Likewise, economists, my neighbor is a professional economist, my good friend is a teacher of economics, my colleague in my constituency, we have to take time to explain to people about all these concepts. So all these organizations are setting standards. But obviously, these standards are not binding. We know about it. But can you be completely blind to these standards? And this is what yesterday, 2 days back, what the leader of the opposition was trying to convey, that we should not listen to Moody's, to IMF, to World Bank, and to the Financial Action Task Force. I told you my distant cousin failed Standard 6 twice. Doesn't matter, you can fail exams. But the MSM failed 4 times in front of 4 different institutions. So instead of blaming the examiners, blaming the institutions, blaming the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, blaming the junior minister, they should blame themselves. So otherwise, other countries like Argentina, Greece, Sri Lanka, and even South Africa have been downgraded and now qualified as junk states. And what are the consequences of being a junk state? This will certainly lower investment. Already explained by my friend, I'm just trying to put some order in it. Increased borrowing cost, negative impact also on social programs, and even on the pension and infrastructure. Madam Speaker, from 2019 to 2024, our country went through an economic mirage. It's not a miracle as pretended by the ex-government. However, the nature of the illusionary economic miracle was such that it defied the very basic and established concepts of economics and fiscal management. The cooks and crooks of La Cuisine literally cooked the books of our country, Madam Speaker. Indeed, the new textbook could have also been entitled Kitchen Macroeconomics. Gives a recipe of how the country's key economic statistics can be exaggerated. You see, the economics, my friends who are economists here can explain. The economics we learned from the books 20 years, 25 years ago is not the same. My son sent me a paper on hedging. It took me 3 days to understand because 90% of mathematics, statistics in that paper. So figures speak for themselves. So this is why I completely disagree with the leader of the opposition when he's telling that government, the Minister of Finance is trying to invent certain figures. Figures come from credible international institutions. So I did not want to, you see, it's my way as an ex-academic, always an academic, once an academic, always an academic, not to mention the names of people. But when I read the interview of Mr. Padayati, same words, Saram Naiba, he should have been, at least for 1, 2, 3 years, not give any interview. But he dared to give an interview and using very strong words. And I would qualify him as a sort of Arsène Lupin, a gentleman burglar. And why gentleman, Madam Speaker? Because in a way, rumors were afloat that he's a real gentleman also. Real gentleman in the sense that He could give a lot of jobs to a number of models at the FSC, EDB, Bank of Mauritius also. Mr. Damri may be aware of it. He can tell us more about it. So some way, somehow, the gentleman burglar who stole half of your money from your pocket by way of depreciation and devaluation and looted through MIC. So today we have to pay a heavy price. So the economy is in the red, complete red. The blue sea has become red, unfortunately. So if, coming back to the figures, if you're an economist, national debt, it ballooned from 251 billion to nearly 642 billion. Real GDP growth, since 2014, it remained almost stagnant, reflecting a poor management of the economy. Debt to GDP ratio from 60% in 2024, when Dr. Nabil Ramoulam left power, 2040, I'm sorry, to nearly 90% of GDP in 2024. Our rupee, our currency, has seen also a free fall against all the major currencies. This is why, Madam Speaker, I use the term kitchen macroeconomics and padanomics. This has brought our country to our knees, on our knees. So, Madam Speaker, I will now shift to my constituency. It is important to understand that in spite of the fact that we had two senior ministers in number 13, I used the term last time that in a way, the South has been, in a way, unfortunately, for multiple reasons, les damnés de la terre. They did not do anything. They gave a few jobs, some jobs, but some families got 4 jobs, and others, poor people, did not get any job. So what we have to do, I understand that Mr. Bechu, our minister, very competent minister, has got a good budget. We have to upgrade the Suyac Hospital. We have to upgrade the Medic Clinic of l'Escalier. We have to upgrade the Medic Clinic of Grandbois, which is an empty shell for the time being. It's a shame. At the same time, I know that both Mr. Rajesh Bhagwan and Jonas Béranger, Honourable Béranger, are very responsive. But at the same time, I want the allocated budget also to be equitably distributed to the South, especially to number 13. This is very important. And in the same vein, my very good friend, Honourable Ajay Ganesh, has got an important budget in spite of all the constraints. I expect that my constituency get a fair share. I wanted also to comment my dream. It's one of the rare constituencies which does not have a highway. I've been discussing with my colleague, Mr. Jagannath and Mr. Babaji, that we need, not for this budget, not for this year, but before we complete our term, I hope that we get also a highway starting from Bellon-Béducap to Nouvelle-France. This is very, very important, crucial for the country. This is what I call equitable sharing, very important. So I will end with a quotation, Madam Speaker. I wanted also to speak about my ministry, about foreign affairs. We have seen what the Prime Minister has done regarding Diego Garcia. You are seeing what we are doing in terms of our love for Africa. We really love Africa. We love India. We love China. We are a small Switzerland. This is how we do diplomacy. My last quotation as a summary, as a conclusion. Madam Speaker, let me finish with what Sir Siv Sagar Ramgoolam said. And the wisdom of Sir Siv Sagar Ramgoolam should be celebrated and be used to guide us. In spite of the fact that the government of the Jagannath tried to erase the name of Sir Shiv Sagar, just like they tried to do for our Prime Minister, Navin Ramgoolam. This is why maybe some people are not aware. He was then Chief Minister and Minister of Finance from 1961 to 1965. He had to present a very difficult budget, like the one being where our actual Prime Minister is facing. This is what he said, I quote, "I know that my budgetary proposals should incur unpopularity." This is what Sir Shiv Sagar said, "in some quarters, but any other course would have been a shirking of our responsibility as a government. I've put the interest of the country before sectional interest." Savira Samirangadou did the same before, became unpopular, but he saved the country. The Deputy Prime Minister, Paul Béranger, did the same in 1982. He saved the country. This time, I'm pretty sure we will come with corrective measures for the pension scheme. I'm sure about it. The vulnerables would be saved in a way. I'm very sure. But this time, we may be temporarily unpopular, but in the medium term, long term, I'm very sure that we will get back our popularity. So, but also I pledge, in my group, even in this alliance, nobody should betray the country, and nobody should betray number 13. And if this happens, I know what I have to do in my life. So I trust the Prime Minister, I trust the Deputy Prime Minister, I trust all my colleagues that we're going to sail through. We are having a tough time, but we are going to have early harvest, hopefully in 2-3 years' time. Thank you for your attention.
Honourable Babouram. Yes, Honourable Babouram, no?
Madam Speaker, I speak today not just as a member of Parliament representing my constituents, but also as a mother of an 11-year-old daughter whose future depends on the decisions we take in this House. Every policy we pass today doesn't just impact us, it echoes into the lives of the next generation. And if we don't act responsibly, that echo might turn into a cry for help. In a rapidly aging population, that's like asking a school kid to carry her grandmother in a backpack. Strong legs? Maybe. But a broken future? Definitely. Today, it takes 2 working individuals to support the basic retirement pension of 1 retiree. By the time my daughter will be my age, that is in 29 years from now, she may have to carry the burden of 1 retiree alone. We had to act, not to destroy the welfare state, Madam Speaker, but to save it. Now let's take a detour, just for a moment. A few years ago, my daughter tried selling lemonade outside our home. She charged 10 rupees a cup, but gave away cookies for free. She made a loss of 200 rupees in 30 minutes. Then she told me, "It's called customer loyalty, Mama." I realized then some economic models are just unsustainable, much like the BRP model that we inherited. We had to guarantee the welfare state, and we had to maintain it, to protect it. I have heard the leader of the opposition accusing the very guardian of the welfare state of dismantling it. We are not dismantling the welfare state, Madam Speaker. We are preserving it. A World Bank report after the COVID-19 pandemic referred to Mauritius as one of the most generous countries when it comes to retirement pensions. But generosity without sustainability is like throwing a wedding party using a credit card and hoping no one checks the bill. The report clearly pointed out that over 50% of social spending went to BRP, an amount that's ballooning, poorly targeted, and pushing people to retire early. At page 150, the report says, I quote, "Pension increases over the last few years have routinely exceeded GDP growth and were largely based on political considerations." Political considerations? What about social considerations? There was no sustainability. It did not matter at all what would happen to future generations. The International Monetary Fund, in its 2022 consultation paper, suggested increasing the eligibility age for BRP from 60 to 65 by 2030. Without such action, the pension system would crash definitely, not in theory, but in our children's lifetime. Now, did our Prime Minister announce this measure par gaieté de cœur? Certainly not. It was not a sweet decision, but a surgical one, like diffusing a time bomb with the whole country standing behind you. It takes a true statesman to make such unpopular and necessary choices. I know all my colleagues before me have said this, and this is the truth, in fact. And this brings me, Madam Speaker, to the indomitable Lee Kuan Yew, a man who transformed a tiny, resource-scarce country into a global powerhouse. He made decisions that were often tough and painful, but he was a visionary. He once said, I quote, "If you want to reach your goals and dreams, you cannot do it without discipline." And that's exactly what we must show today. Discipline in governance, discipline in spending, and discipline in facing inconvenient truth. Like him, our Prime Minister has shown the courage to lead, not to please. He had all the reasons, for instance, to request the Commissioner of Police to refuse permission to those protesting against this measure tomorrow. But he did not do this. Instead, he has stood as a true statesman and acted as a true Democrat and allowed people who have a different opinion from his to manifest, to protest tomorrow, going to such an extent that even that Mr. Coquille, who tried to prevent the public gathering, his contract of employment has been terminated. However, a word of caution to those who will participate in the protest tomorrow. Beware of those political prostitutes who are pretending to be virgins. Because don't forget that when the IMF made that report, the World Bank made that report, and those recommendations, they were in government, and they did not take any action. For 6 months, they could not come out in the political arena. And they waited until we made this unpopular decision for them to come out. Comment dire, tangin sorti d'entre. One Mr. Siraton, former minister, who claimed to be imbattable in constituency number 11, and yet came 5th for the general elections. Recently, he has been commenting on the budgetary measures. I wish to remind him, Madam Speaker, him and his acolytes, that we have stopped celebrating Christmas in June. Santa Claus does not come in June anymore. Santa Claus will come in December for the children who believe in him and not for grown-up adults who are supposed to work for the economy and contribute for the welfare of the country. I read recently a comment on Facebook by one who is not well known, by one Mr. Satyadev Thakur, président de l'Association pour la protection des consommateurs. He said this, I quote, "Ramgoolam prefers to be buried politically than to bury his country." This makes me think of the statement of the leader of the opposition once again, to the effect that some of us are one-off and that we will not be elected again. Madam Speaker, we were elected for a reason, to serve. And if I can achieve this brilliantly, where it is immaterial whether I am elected again or not. I shall stand by our Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister to change the history of this country, to make our children proud, to make the right choice, not for ourselves as selfish individuals, not for ego and fame, because convictions matter. Our privileges don't matter. I did not join politics for pecuniary reasons. I come from a modest background, and I have no shame to go back to where I come, as long as I go back there with dignity and respect, instead of being shameful for having jeopardized the future of our children. One of the criticisms we have heard after the budget speech related to the allowances of the junior ministers, Madam Speaker. There has been much false, amplified noise about allowances for junior ministers. Let me clarify this once and for all. We were not back paid. This is not a salary hike disguised as a gift. It's an administrative correction. PPS became junior ministers with added responsibilities and no added fortune. Speaking of responsibility, Madam Speaker, I must say that the junior ministers' posts have never been cosmetic. It is simply a change in name from what used to be called PPS to what is in the Constitution, the supreme law of the land, that is junior ministers. PPS used to be attached to the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, whereas junior ministers are attached to different ministries with accrued responsibilities over and above their functions as representatives of their respective constituencies. When we were appointed as junior ministers on 22nd of November 2024, no provision was made for our salary. This is why it had to come under the budget. We were not back paid. Our salary is still the same. Il y a eu beaucoup de démagogie à ce sujet. However, Madam Speaker, I wish to place on record that a former minister, the same former minister I mentioned, the former Minister Siratan, member of the MSM, said during a press conference, just for the record, let me set things right, I did not listen to that press conference. Someone sent the extract to me, and I was surprised to learn that he said that our government is being run by junior ministers. This government is being run by all of us sitting here, not only junior ministers. The post of junior minister is provided for by the supreme law of the land, the Constitution, and it took visionary leaders to re-engineer engineer a government by re-establishing the post of junior ministers and appointing those who know the field in which their respective ministry deal with. For instance, Honourable Johanna Béranger's dedication in environmental matters are well known. As chairperson of the MMM Sustainable Development Commission, she has been at the forefront of numerous battles to protect our environment and is now serving as junior minister at the Ministry of Environment. Honourable Jean-Sidney Pierre has had a remarkable career in the tourism industry and hospitality management, and now serves as junior minister at the Ministry of Tourism. Honourable Karen Foucune, who is not here right now, is known for her extensive contribution to the sports sector and now serves as junior minister at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Honourable Fabrice David holds an advanced master's degree in environmental management and sustainable development and is now serving as junior minister at the Ministry of Blue Economy. Honourable Véronique Le Govin has been the former chairperson of Le Monde Heritage Fund and is now serving as junior minister at the Ministry of Arts and Culture. Honourable Kougan Parapen has had 15 years' experience in asset management industry and advocated for progressive economic and social reforms, including a more progressive fiscal approach, constitutional reforms, and sustainable economic development. He is now serving as junior minister at the Ministry of Social Security. Honourable Rajendra Singhen, who has also been my lecturer, has been a trade advisor in Geneva, working as consultant at the World Trade Organization and as consultant in international trade law. He is now serving as junior minister at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Honourable Fawzi Aliman, who has extensively contributed to solving regional and municipal related issues for years, is now serving as junior minister at the Ministry of Local Government. Honourable Daneshwar Damri, he needs no introduction anymore. He has left his empreinte in the business and financial world before becoming the junior minister of finance. As for me, I have had the privilege and honor of serving as member of the National Human Rights Commission and as advisor at the ministry where I am currently serving as junior minister. Each of us are called to bring our own contribution to our respective ministries alongside our senior ministers for a better Mauritius. This government does not govern by trial and error, Madam Speaker. Our leaders are not amateurs, they are visionaries. Now, let us talk about the allowances of the opposition leader and that of the whip of the opposition. For how many hours do they sit in Parliament? Should their allowances be made proportionate to the number of hours they sit in this Parliament? This should remind us of a famous incident that occurred in this very assembly years ago in 1992, when the then Prime Minister, Sir Anirudh Jagnat, tried to recall Parliament at a time when the then leader of the opposition, Dr. Ramgoolam, could not make it to this place. And he tried to make a motion, just to make a motion to declare his seat vacant. However, the Supreme Court, consisting of a full bench, disallowed this motion, and Dr. Ramgoolam was allowed to act as leader of the opposition until he became the Prime Minister again in 1995. Yesterday, Madam Speaker, you acted as a Democrat and suspended the sitting while the leader of the opposition was taken up in traffic, and he was given ample time to come here and address his P&Q to the Prime Minister. He's even allocated additional time when he complains that he doesn't have enough time for his questions. This is real democracy. We are all proud to sit in this august assembly with you as Speaker. Else, who knows? There could have been a colorable device, and the members of the opposition wouldn't have been allowed in Parliament. Let's come back to the budget, Madam Speaker. This budget is focused on creating wealth for the future generations. I have heard previous governments constantly saying that we need to make more children. However, all they gave were allowances so that we could make children. Our government has a more holistic approach to this issue. It's not about money, because money is not the answer to solve demographic issues. Our government believes in fostering a culture of hard work, ensuring a minimum salary of 20,000 rupees per month instead of dependence on monthly allowances. Young people are also exempted from paying income tax. We are modernizing our society through new technologies. We are creating job opportunities, combating the drug scourge, and most important of all, we are making sure that sports is also redynamisé. Before I end my speech, Madam Speaker...
But you will have to end now.
Before I will end on this note.
30 seconds.
Before I end my speech, Madam Speaker, I must tell you something that has been of particular interest to me in this budget, especially concerning sports. I'm speaking about a feasibility study concerning the construction of a rally circuit for our young rally enthusiasts. I have been invited to attend various prize-giving ceremonies organized by the Motor Racing Club of Mauritius. Being myself a car rally lover, I must tell you that I'm deeply moved by this initiative, because I believe that this initiative, should it happen, will not only encourage another type of tourism, but will also reduce road accidents. On this note, Madam Speaker, I thank everyone for their attention, and I will tell you something that Lee Kuan Yew once reminded the world. I always try to be correct, not politically correct. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's a good thing I tell everybody that I have been giving 1 minute to each of you. Mr. Aliman, try and keep within the time, please. So it was not just for the Leader of the Opposition. I'm giving 1 minute to everybody, more or less.
Madame la Présidente, c'est avec un profond sentiment de gratitude que je vous adresse pour ce premier discours sur le budget présenté par notre Premier ministre et ministre des Finances, Honorable Dr Navin Chandra Ramgoolam, il y a 2 semaines. D'entrée, je dois dire que c'est un budget courageux, un budget de réparation, mais aussi un budget d'espérance, allant même jusqu'à dire que c'est un budget qui remet les pendules à l'heure. Ce premier discours, Madame la Présidente, est basé sur un principe fondamental, la justice sociale. Permettez-moi de dire que ce budget marque une véritable ère de vérité, de justice sociale et de respect envers chaque sou de la République. En tant que parlementaires, nous avons la responsabilité de réparer une injustice historique faite au petit peuple. Madame la Présidente, ce budget est un message fort au peuple mauricien. Nous sommes un gouvernement qui écoute, qui agit et qui change la donne. Oui, on ne pratique pas une politique d'autruche, on parle avec conviction Ce budget répond à un constat clair. Le petit peuple a souffert sous les poids des politiques passées. Le coût de la vie avait explosé, rendant le quotidien de nos citoyens de plus en plus difficile. C'est le fruit d'un passé où la gouvernance n'a pas toujours été au service de la majorité. Trop longtemps, l'ancien régime de MSM et ses alliés ont favorisé les plus riches, les clans les plus connectés et ceux qui savaient naviguer dans les couloirs du pouvoir. En tant qu'un élu qui valorise la nation et qui comprend l'engagement que nous avons envers notre mandat, envers la population, on ne peut pas nous empêcher de nous indigner face à certains comportements du passé. Et là, je déplore l'absence du leader de l'opposition, comme à l'accoutumée. Je lui ai entendu dire, lors de son discours, il nous a parlé des voyages que les membres du gouvernement, les ministres, ont fait pendant les 6 mois. Mais j'aurais bien aimé lui rappeler qu'en 2022, après la Covid, alors que tout le monde essayait de reconstruire, il y avait 13 ministres du gouvernement MSM qui se sont rendus pour le Jalsa Dubaï. Et là, il y avait des questions au Parlement par l'honorable Ritesh Ramphal sur les coûts. Ça frôlait les 90 millions qui ont coûté l'État. Et le ministre des Finances avait répondu qu'il y aurait eu un investissement de 4,5 milliards. Aujourd'hui, on pose la question. Que ça 4,5 milliards a été. Ça, c'est la gérance du MSM. Et il ose nous faire la leçon aujourd'hui. Il ose se poser comme les défenseurs. Et là, je dois dire, pendant les 3-4 jours qui viennent passer sur Facebook, ils ont mis un communiqué pour inviter et mobiliser les gens pour aller au Champ de Mars demain. La population a vu le communiqué et ils ont pris un tollé sur Facebook. En catimini, ils ont dit supprimer le communiqué pour remettre un autre communiqué pour dire qu'il faut mobiliser, mais ce n'est pas eux qui organisent la marche de demain. Si seulement le ridicule pouvait tuer Madame la Présidente. Ce pays, Madame la Présidente, a été endetté, vidé, affaibli par des années de dilapidation des fonds publics. Ici, je pense à la MIC. Des contrats gonflés, Pakendister, Monopiravir. Des projets fantômes, Vacua pour Manhattan. Des copinages, l'ami d'enfance de l'autre. Orchestré par nous savons qui, dans l'hôtel que nous savons déjà. Il nous fallait un budget de vérité. Ceux qui ont mis le pays en feu et à sang devront répondre de leurs actes. Et là, j'ai confiance en notre Premier ministre et le DPM, qui, j'en suis sûr, ne restera pas les bras croisés et iront jusqu'au bout pour faire la lumière sur les détourneurs de fonds. Ce budget n'est pas une fin en soi, mais le début d'un long chemin. Il pose des bases solides, celles de la justice, de l'intégrité et surtout de la solidarité. Nous n'avons pas le droit de nous cacher derrière les mensonges pour embêter le peuple. Nous avons le devoir de leur dire que l'ancien régime de MSM a mis la caisse de l'État à sec. Ces pseudo parlementaires comme les Akero et les Tomborali de l'époque ont agi comme des piliers de tombe, laissant derrière eux un pays vide, surendetté et dépendant. Nous remettons l'humain à cœur dans nos décisions. Il est temps d'effacer les trahisons du passé et de redonner dignité et fierté à notre nation. Nous ne cherchons pas la revanche ou la critique stérile, mais plutôt la construction d'un avenir meilleur. La véritable force, c'est la capacité à comprendre et à avancer dans l'unité et la solidarité. Notre objectif est de faire de Maurice une île où chacun peut vivre et respirer librement, vivre heureux et prospérer. Nous ne perdons pas notre temps en des critiques destructives des démagogues de la dernière heure qui parlent seulement pour être présents sur la presse. mais nous orientons nos efforts vers la réalisation de cette vision d'un pays plus juste, plus uni et plus fort. Ce budget 2025-2026 marque un tournant décisif dans la politique économique de Maurice. Il rompt clairement avec l'ancien modèle basé sur la stimulation et la consommation, un modèle qui a été inefficace, insoutenable et qui a creusé nos déséquilibres macroéconomiques. Ce que nous proposons, c'est une nouvelle vision centrée sur l'investissement à l'impact. Nous voulons créer de la richesse durable, réduire notre dépendance aux importations et rééquilibrer nos fondamentaux économiques. Deux mesures fortes illustrent cette volonté. Tout d'abord, 30 milliards de roupies seront investis dans la production d'énergie verte, un pas essentiel vers la transition énergétique et la souveraineté énergétique de notre pays. Cela permettra de réduire significativement notre facture pétrolière et de stimuler une nouvelle filière industrielle. Ensuite, 80 millions de roupies seront alloués à une agriculture durable pour renforcer la sécurité alimentaire et réduire notre dépendance aux importations alimentaires. Ce changement de cap est dicté par un héritage économique lourd. Depuis 10 ans, sous la gestion du MSM, notre pays a accumulé des dettes, vidé des réserves et affaibli son économie. Les importations des produits alimentaires et énergétiques dépassent 100 milliards de roupies chaque année, ce qui vide nos réserves et devises étrangères. Le déficit commercial atteint 200 milliards de roupies, la dette publique est presque 642 milliards et le déficit budgétaire frôle les 10% de la PIB. La dépréciation de la roupie depuis 2014 a dépassé 45%, aggravée par une injection massive des fonds dans l'économie, souvent au bénéfice d'intérêts proches du pouvoir. Tout cela, Madame la Présidente, a entraîné une flambée des prix, une pression énorme sur les ménages et une perte de pouvoir d'achat. La fiscalité a été injuste, favorisant certains au détriment des autres, ce qui a creusé les inégalités et alimenté les ressentiments populaires. Nous avons aussi une responsabilité envers notre planète. Le tri de déchets est un projet crucial pour protéger nos ressources naturelles, réduire la pollution et atténuer l'impact de nos déchets. Plusieurs pays comme l'Allemagne, la Suède ou le Japon ont réussi dans ce domaine. Pourquoi pas Maurice? Ce projet nécessitera environ 1,7 milliard de roupies pour sa première année et pour l'achat des logistiques, des bacs à ordures et pour renforcer nos ressources humaines. Bien que coûteux, ces bénéfices seront immenses. Un environnement plus sain, une meilleure qualité de vie, une santé renforcée pour notre population. Enfin, je souhaite souligner l'état de nos institutions, Madame la Présidente. Plusieurs d'entre elles ont des lourds déficits. Encore une fois, dommage que le leader de l'opposition n'est pas là. Je commencerai par dire aux collectivités locales, nous sommes en 1,7 milliard de déficit. Qu'ont-ils fait avec l'argent? Où sont les projets? Et les déficits dans les fonds de pension. Encore une fois, on n'arrive même pas à croire. La PSEA a un déficit de plus de 9,5 milliards. La MRE, plus de 5 milliards. La MBC, plus de 2 milliards. La Mauritius National Industry Authority, plus de 1,5 milliard. Alors même, les chiffres parlent d'elles-mêmes. Et comme je disais, les chiffres montrent l'urgence de redresser nos finances pour garantir un service public efficace, équitable et durable. Notre gouvernement travaille dur pour évoluer notre société. Nous ne sommes pas en train de passer d'un système d'aide basé sur l'assistanat à un système d'autonomisation. Le Premier ministre a dit qu'aucun politicien n'aime prendre des décisions impopulaires, surtout celui qui a promis le changement. Mais il est nécessaire de faire face à la vérité, même si cela peut faire mal, pour bâtir un pays plus fort, plus indépendant et plus fier. Je suis convaincu, Madame la Présidente, qu'à la fin de ce mandat, notre peuple comprendra que notre vision est celle de la nation, qui ne dépend pas des autres, qui se relève grâce à ses propres forces et qui peut être fier de ses réalisations. La patience et la détermination finiront par porter leurs fruits. Et Madame la Présidente, avant de clore, permettez-moi d'évoquer les mots de Molière dans Tartuffe. pièce intemporelle sur la fausse vertu et la vérité dévoilée. Couvre-moi ce sein, je ne saurais voir. Cette réplique prononcée par Tartuffe incarne l'hypocrisie de ceux qui tout en se proclamant vertu, dissimulent leurs vices derrière les beaux discours, comme le leader de l'opposition. De même, ceux qui crient aujourd'hui au scandale, à l'injustice ou à la rigueur budgétaire ne font souvent que masquer leur propre culpabilité, celle d'avoir affaibli notre nation sous le poids du favoritisme, du gaspillage et de l'incompétence. Nous ne tomberons pas dans le piège de ces faux dévots de la politique, de ces Tartuffes modernes, ces charlatans, ces oiseaux de malheur et surtout ces démagogues de la dernière heure qui prêchent l'éthique après avoir trahi le bien commun. Ce gouvernement mené par le PM et le DPM agisse non pas avec des mots enjôleurs, mais avec de l'actes concrets pour redonner notre peuple ce qu'il mérite, la dignité, la justice et l'espérance. Que cette vérité claire, que cette vérité nous éclaire l'avenir et que la République se relève et la nation avance. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. C'était un record, hein, en termes de temps. Honourable Woodchit. Yes, Minister.
Yes. Madam Speaker, today we stand at a remarkable crossroad in our national journey. At a crossroad between the abyss of decline and the promise of prosperity. This budget speech does more than merely outline figures. It charts a course, inspire confidence, and above all, restore hopes. It is a bold commitment to transformation, accountability, and progress. From abyss to prosperity, rebuilding the bridge to the future is not just a title. It is a declaration of intent. It acknowledges the pain of the past while refusing to be paralyzed by it. It dares to imagine a better future and lays a brick of policy and investment to build it. First, Madam Speaker, let me commend the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for tabling a budget that seeks to strike a balance between the economic growth, social investment, and fiscal prudence. Yet, we cannot move forward without confronting the precarious legacy left by the previous government. A legacy that was threatened the prospect of our children, our elders, and even ourselves. The State of the Economy report, as well as Moody's rating on 31st January 2025, which downgraded Mauritius to Baa3 with a negative outlook, are direct consequences of fiscal deterioration and rising debts under the previous government. The State of the Economy revealed a deliberate and I would say criminal manipulation of data by previous government, especially by Dr. Ranganathan Payachi. This was not mere incompetence, but a calculated attempt to create a false sense of economic security, reassuring the population to complacency. The establishment of Maurice strategy under the guise of research and consultation was, in reality, a vehicle for circulating spurious figures, inflating economic indicators, and painting a misleading picture of growth and development. For example, the growth rate for the year 2023 was inflated by 25%, and that for 2024 by 27%. The rupee depreciation would have continued to downgrade had the previous government remained in power. Only the timely intervention of the Bank of Mauritius under this present government prevented a further downward spiral in our currency value. The State of the Economy report underscores a period of economic slowdown marked by declining growth rate, persistent inflation, trade imbalances, and labor market challenges. The previous administration's policies left Mauritius vulnerable, with the illusion of progress making deep-seated structural weaknesses. The new budget directly addresses these issues through necessary structural reform, investment in human capital, and prudent fiscal, and even monetary policies to steer the economy towards sustainable growth. Madam Speaker, this budget is therefore a budget for economic rebirth. It focuses on economic recovery through job creation, infrastructure development, and support for small businesses. These are not just abstract goals. They are the lifeline of our people, and the people have deliberately awaited. The comprehensive plan of action is built on three pillars: economic renewal, a new social order, and a fiscal consolidation. The Honourable Prime Minister has paved the way for economic renewal through shaping innovative Mauritius initiative. The new economic model is based on 6 streams: research and development and innovation, resource repurposing for higher productivity, transformative investments, updated trade strategies, smart investment in productive infrastructure, a focus on consumer well-being. This is a sharp departure from the previous government's superficial growth model, which rely on inflated statistics and short-term fixed. The new approach is grounded in reality and aims for sustainable, inclusive development. To this end, Madam Speaker, the budget takes concrete steps to empower women, making the labour market more accessible and supporting women entrepreneurs. The grace period under the Women Entrepreneur Loan Scheme has been increased from 12 to 18 months, and the maximum credit limit raised from the 500,000 rupees to 1.2 million rupees. These are not token gestures, but substantial measures to correct years of neglect and marginalization. Protecting the purchasing power of consumers, especially those with modest income, is another pillar of this budget. The establishment of the 10 billion rupees for Price Stabilization Fund and a series of measures to remove consumers from poverty and direct response to the previous administration failure to address their purchasing power. And to this effect, an amount of 2 billion rupees have been earmarked to this financial year. Madam Speaker, the prioritization of education, healthcare, and youth development sends a powerful message. Our people are not a burden. They are our greatest asset. Investment in people is an investment in the very future that we are trying to rebuild. Significant allowances have been made to enhance the quality of education, including the establishment of a National Education Council and a National Curriculum Advisory Board. A special emphasis has been placed on inclusive education with dedicated funds to integrate SENS students into the mainstream system. These initiatives rectify years of underinvestment and indifference. A cornerstone of this budget is progressive tax reform, aimed at easing the financial burden on citizens. By simplifying the personal income tax system from 11 bands to 3, with the first 500,000 rupees of annual chargeable income being tax-free. Approximately 44,000 individuals are removed from the tax net, and an additional 75,000 middle-income earners receive relief. This approach contrasts sharply with the previous government's regressive tax policies, which disproportionately affected the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, while striving for fiscal discipline, this new government balances the need to reduce the budget deficit and national debts with the imperative of protecting the most vulnerable in our society. By maintaining social allowances and lowering taxes for lower, middle, and middle-income groups, We are ensuring that economic reform do not come at the expense of those who need support the most. The future of our economy lies in innovation and sustainability. The budget outlines plans to position Mauritius as a regional hub for higher education, research, and innovation, aiming to double the number of foreign students within 3 years. Madam Speaker, investments in renewable energy and the blue economy further underscore our commitment to sustainable development, priorities that were ignored or underfunded by the previous administration. Strengthening institutional capacity is essential for effective reform implementation. The restructuring of the Economic Development Board and consolidation of the e-licensing platform are steps towards greater transparency, efficiency, and accountability, values that were sorely lacking in the past. Madam Speaker, ministers are expected to provide further details on policies that are within their area of responsibility, and it is with in mind that I now turn to local authorities. The performance of local authorities in Mauritius has been a subject of increasing concern, as revealed in recent audit reports and public surveys, highlighting significant challenges in governance, financial management, and projects management, even in public trust. I was elected in November 2019 elections, and I took part in 5 budget debates as a member of the opposition between June 2020 and June 2024. But this time, I am participating in the budget debates as a minister responsible for the local authorities. In response to the budget presented by the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Dr. Navin Chandaramgulam, from the moment I was appointed as minister, I made it a priority to be out in the field. While it is true that I was the chairperson of the District Council of Rodrigues and Pamplemousses in the 2005 and 2012, I had to go back into the field, particularly to observe public service locations such as market terminals, playgrounds, among other amenities. I have visited several markets, namely Pamplemousses, Rivière-du-Rempart, Roseville, Rivière des Anguilles, Varquois, Chemin-Grenier, Goodlands, among others. And I can say that in most cases, I was not satisfied. Some of the markets don't have even fire certificates. There is a lot of room for improvement. I gave instructions and hope that with the budget allocated to them, the work will be done. Right here, Madam Speaker, I have answered numerous parliamentary questions, especially regarding the management of the municipalities and the district councils. All that I can say that is there was a sense of neglect from the different municipalities and district councils. You know the reason of this situation, Madam Speaker? There were councillors who led these councils for 10 years, and at the same point, they became content just holding their positions without truly having the interest of the townspeople at heart. The government elected last November committed to regional democracy, organized municipal elections, and now have the result. All the 5 municipalities are under the control of the Alliance du Changement government. The performance of the local authorities in Mauritius present a complex landscape, while certain councils have excelled in service delivery and innovation, while others have systemic issues such as financial mismanagement, declining public trust, and voters' disengagement persist. Addressing these challenges requires a comprehensive approach, including strict financial oversight, enhanced accountability measures, and reform to empower local governments with greater autonomy and responsiveness to citizens' needs. Madam Speaker, let us not sugarcoat the reality. Local government in Mauritius underwent significant adverse changes with a mouvement socialist militant, that is a MSM-led government. The MSM government postponed municipal elections multiple times, citing the COVID-19 pandemic and the need for local government reforms. The most recent delays was in May 2023, with the result that no municipal elections were held until May 2025. The MSM government centralized authority, reducing the autonomy of local councils. Amendments to the Local Government Act in 2023 were seen as measures to consolidate power at the central level. However, the Alliance du Changement government held municipal elections in May 2025 and won 117 out of 126, thereby confirming citizens' dissatisfaction with the outgoing government. The municipalities and the district councils have faced financial distress and liquidity problems over the years, with some councils facing insolvency. Mr. Pagliacci has created a series of special funds, namely Project Development Fund, Climate and Sustainability Fund, Lotto Fund, National Environment Fund, National Resilience Fund, Poverty Reduction Fund, where billions of rupees had been allocated. The purpose of these funds were purposely to fund inter alia projects of local authorities. Madam Speaker, this fund was set up with the objective to fund projects out of the budget of the line of ministries, but also to put the people as chairperson and members of the board managing this fund. Today, several local authorities are facing financial difficulties to meet contractual obligations. For instance, there are several capital projects which are being funded under the special fund, one of them being the Project Development Fund, and the funds are not available and the contractors are not being paid on time, and the latter are threatening to claim interest on late payments and to sue the local authorities. Madam Speaker, this situation is unwarranted, and if this really happens, then taxpayers' money will be used to pay interest. The Director of Audit's reports over the years have exposed irregular expenditure and stalled development projects. This budget does not hide from this truth. It confronts them. Local authorities face a range of challenges. These issues span administrative, financial, environmental, and social dimensions. Madam Speaker, many local authorities operate with limited funding, affecting their ability to maintain infrastructure and deliver services like waste management and road maintenance. There is a high dependence on the GIA, which reduces local autonomy and flexibility. In fact, over the years, all the municipalities and district councils have been running significant budget deficit. Each year, a midterm review is being carried out to review the finance of the local authorities. Here, let me cite some figures for the financial years. The total deficit faced by the local authorities stood as follows. Year 2021-2022, around 334 million rupees deficit. 2022-2023, 602 million rupees deficit. 2023-2024, around 748 million rupees deficit. And for last year, 2024-2025, 1.2 billion rupees deficit. This is the result of drastic cuts made by the then Minister of Finance, Dr. Pagliacci. The purpose of these cuts was to project a balanced budget on paper only, without taking consideration to the contractual commitment of local authorities. Madam Speaker, the funding of the local authorities usually comes from two sources, namely granting aid from the central government and own funds, that is, the revenue raised from taxes, trade fees, etc. Local authorities were also faced with a decrease of an average of 60% internally generated revenues over the years. The decrease in internally generated revenue arose namely from abolition or exemption of some rates and fees from local operators, or these fees and rates have been transferred to other local authorities, from other authorities or ministries. The total revenue foregone as a result of these measures amounts to some 580 million rupees on average per year. Also, the GIA provided by the by the then Ministry of Finance covered part of the revenue forgone. The effect was diluted in the overall GIA in view of changes in legislation, increase in services being provided, servicing and maintenance of continuous addition of assets from other ministries or departments. The expenditure of local authorities have considerably increased over the years from 2021 to 2025 by an average of 18%, while the revenue of the local authorities have decreased during the same lapse of time by an average of 6%. The main causes of the rising expenditure are increased in salaries and related costs. General prices increased on higher contracted services, electricity and water charges. The higher contracted services have hugely increased due to the additional claims with respect to increase in salary costs resulting from the new change in legislation related to minimum wage and salary compensation as from January 2024. The new contract price now being quoted or signed for scavenging services and other contracts like cleaning of toilets, security services have also increased enormously. Other increases in costs related to a general increase in prices, especially in items like electricity charges and material for maintenance of roads and buildings, have caused the overall estimated expenditure to rise greatly. In the year 2024-2025, the then government, in a bid to hide the government deficit, introduced an unfunded item known as efficiency gain in its calculation of the grant formula. This efficiency gain in 2024-2025 was deemed to generate some 585 million rupees for the local authorities. However, this amount never materialized, as the efficiency gain was just a balancing act to hide the budget deficit incurred by the previous government. This efficiency gain never materialized, with the result that there is a shortfall of 1.27 billion rupees, and this has resulted in local authorities facing huge liquidity problems. This government, Madam Speaker, will need to find a fund for meeting these financial gaps faced by the local authorities. Let me be clear. No official, no councillors, no contractors will remain above the law. We will no longer throw money into the leaking pipelines, literally or metaphorically. Madam Speaker, regional administrations have an important role to play in improving the daily life of villages and townspeople. Whether it is about street lighting, waste collection, or organizing sports or literary events, these district and municipal councils are always present. Certainly, there is room for improvement, and for that, we are counting heavily on a revision of the Local Government Act. Yes, Madam Speaker, this government will propose a new Local Government Act. The previous government posed a lot on this issue. In fact, it deceived the public and found excuses to postpone the municipal elections 3 times, and it did nothing. Madam Speaker, as soon as the new government took office, an interministerial committee was set up under my chairmanship. At our first meeting, we decided that any amendment in the current legislation deserves suggestion and proposal. This is why we asked everyone to submit their proposal. And at the ministry level, these are being compiled, and in the coming weeks, we will decide whether to hire a consultant to work on all these proposals to prepare a plan. I can assure the House that the government is determined to implement a modern Local Government Act after consultation of the next interministerial committee. The time has come to review the Local Government Act 2011. Over a decade has passed, and the realities of governance in Mauritius have evolved. We must ensure our local authorities are modern, autonomous, and efficient. This means strengthening decentralization, enhancing accountability, and empowering our council to respond swiftly to the needs of our citizens. The Act must reflect today's challenges, from digital transformation 2, urban growth to climate change and citizens' engagement. We need to improve service delivery, representations, and transparency while aligning with the international obligation and sustainable development goal. A review is not just timely, it is necessary. It is our duty to ensure that local democracy remains vibrant, responsive, and future-ready. Madam Speaker, we are equally aware that increased funding must come with increased responsibility. This government remains committed to driving transparency, improving procurement practices, and professionalizing local government. Madam Speaker, I was able to meet all the mayors and their deputies to chart the way forward for the development of our towns and for the betterment of the citizens through a collaborative approach, and I am confident that they will fulfill their roles brilliantly. We will continue working with local authorities to enforce audit recommendations, train councillors and staff, and support localized anti-corruption frameworks. And to this end, my ministry is working with the FCC to devise a code of conduct for local government officers and even for councillors. Madam Speaker, our local councils are doing their best with what they have, but the system is outdated, underfunded, and too far slow to meet the demand of the 21st century. We live in a digital age, yet many local authorities are still running on paper form, legacy software, and outdated process. Residents are forced to queue all hotlines that never pick up, or wait weeks for simple services. It's inefficiency and even worse. It's unfair, Madam Speaker. Nothing has been done by the previous government to facilitate the life of the citizens. Digitalizing local government is not a luxury. It is a necessary. We need online portal where people can pay bills, report problems, and access services with the same ease they order a takeaway. We need real-time data to manage traffic, housing, and public health. But this won't happen without leadership and without proper investment. This government says it supports innovation, yet councils are being told to do more with less. It can't run a 21st century council on a 20th century budget. If we truly believe in leveling up, if we truly believe in empowering local communities, we must fund digital infrastructure, train council staff, and ensure no one is excluded from digital services, especially the elderly and those in deprived areas, such as Panchvati, Shomarel, Kaukalchis, among others. Digitalization of the local authorities will ensure that no one left behind in the socio-economic development of the country. The choice is simple: modernize or fall further behind. We owe our citizens better, and it starts with bringing local government into the digital age. Madam Speaker, the local authorities through poor contract management, project monitoring, and project implementation have caused the government to pay more than around 677 Mauritian rupees to contractors in arbitration due to dispute arising during project implementation. In a bid to prevent such occurrence, my ministry is in the process of introducing the e-local government system wherein the life cycle of each project and its implementation will be closely monitored. It is also noted that in some local authorities there is connivance between officers and suppliers. The local authorities have been requested to enlarge their pools of suppliers to further democratize the economy. By doing so, they will espouse the vision of the Honourable Prime Minister to enable women entrepreneurs to have access to markets. The e-local government system will also ensure transparency and fairness in the procurement system by tracking the different stages of the process. Madam Speaker, presently the local authorities undertake the repairs and maintenance of vehicles by both in-house labour and outsourced. Minor repairs and servicing of vehicles, minor panel beating and electrical works are done by in-house labour, whereas major repairs are outsourced. The average annual cost of repairs amount to 48 million rupees for the local authorities. However, some local authorities do not have a workshop, and in some cases, they do not have the qualified personnel. As a result, several lorries and equipment are lying unrepaired in their yards. In view of the high budget implication and lengthy procedures, my ministry has decided to put in place a centralized mechanical workshop to provide fully equipped and efficient facilities for repairs, maintenance, and testing of the mechanical components, equipment, and machinery. Thus, to ensure the operational continuity, there is a need for a proper mechanical workshop. My ministry has requested the Ministry of Housing and Landscape Mauritius Limited to identify a plot of land to an extent of 10 to 15 acres for the setting up of the centralized mechanical workshop, which would be centrally located, for instance, at Côte d'Or or Bellerive, Houghton. With this project, the cost of repairs and maintenance will be reduced considerably as procurement will be done on a large scale, and we will recruit professionals to work in the mechanical workshop so as we can attend all the repairs on our own. And this will also reduce the length of stay in the workshop, and the impact of grounded vehicles on service delivery will be greatly reduced. By this way, the service will be improved in all local authorities. Madam Speaker, the safety of our citizens remains one of the highest priorities of this government. In this regard, we are committed to modernize our fire and rescue services to meet the evolving challenges of urbanization, climate change, and technological risk. This year, our budget includes dedicated funding for the acquisition of state-of-the-art fire engines, specialized equipment for industrial and high-rise firefighting, and advanced rescue tools. As for the Ministry of the Local Government, the allocated amount is 68.5 million rupees for the purchase of vehicles for the fire and rescue service. We shall also construct a modern fire station and the Mauritius Fire Rescue Service headquarters at Catebone with the assistance of a line of credit from India. We will also invest in training programs to upskill our firefighters in modern techniques, including disaster response, hazardous material handling, and emergency medical care. Furthermore, we are expanding the digital capabilities of our fire services, enabling faster response times through GPS integration, automated dispatch system, and improved communication infrastructure. Through these efforts, we aim to build a fire service that is not only creative, but proactive. That one protects life, property, and the environment with efficiency and professionalism. To further enhance public safety, we are placing a strong emphasis on community outreach and rapid response capacity. The actual average response time to attend emergencies by the MFRS is 9 minutes. This is too much, Madam Speaker. The aim is to reduce the response time to 5 minutes, in line with the National Fire Protection Association, NFPA 1710 standard. In view of modernizing its fleet and to increase its operational capabilities, and the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Service will be equipped with high technology, state-of-the-art vehicle and equipment to respond to emergencies such as high-rise fire fighting and rescue operations and flooding and other disasters. Madam Speaker, presently there is only one fire station located in Port Louis, which is deemed insufficient to meet the growing demands resulting from rapid development in this region. Significant infrastructural expansion and the emergence of diversified activities in the port area, city center, Jinfei, Richter, Terre Rouge, and surrounding localities have led to an increase in the number of new structures, including industrial and commercial complexes. To address these emerging challenges, a new fire station will be set up at Jinfei, Richter, on a plot of land measuring approximately 16 acres of land that has already been invested for this purpose. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, let us be clear. The journey from the abyss will not be easy. Bridges are not built overnight. But with this budget, we are laying a strong foundation, as our Prime Minister said. And more importantly, we are laying it together as government, as private sector, as communities, as citizens. This is not just a budget, this is a blueprint for rebirth. Let us work forward with cautious optimism, bold determination, and collective will. Let us not squander this opportunity to truly rebuild the bridge to the future. From the abyss we have come to prosperity, we now go together. This is a turning point, Madam Speaker, from collapsed service delivery to community dignity, from the abyss of decay to a future of shared prosperity, from broken promises to a bridge that leads all of us forward. Madam Speaker, paragraph 312, to quote our Prime Minister, he said, "We are leading the way out of this mess, not by doing what is easy or popular for government, but what is right for the country." I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Minister. It was very challenging to speak at this time. Honourable Minister Mohammed.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the debates.
The question has to be seconded. Yes, Honourable Minister of Agriculture. The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Adjournment of the House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Monday, the 23rd of June at 11:30 a.m.
Seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister. Monday, 23rd of June at 11:30. Okay, the question is that the House be now adjourned to Monday, the 23rd of June, 2025 at 11:30. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned.